Hello. Oh my god, my voice. Wow. What a nice voice. Hello, how's it going? It's Thursday and we got some stuff to go over. Oh god, my throat. It's like... Dude, my throat is so, like, dry or something. What the hell? Okay, give me a second. I really gotta be like... but yeah, gotta get ready or something. I really gotta set up, dude. My pre-stream shits are taking like way too long actually, and I'm running late every single time because of it. Professional, yeah, absolutely professional. Okay, cool. There we go. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Wait, why is my controller not responding? There it is, okay. Okay, there we go. We're ready for the fifth trial, actually. What is it? Is it this one? Pretty sure that it is. Continue. Yep. Yep. It's right before the trial. Okay, cool. Oh man, man, sleeping is so good actually, but ironically, this is kind of on topic with like horror or something, dude. I had like a nightmare that was absolutely dreadful. I don't know, it was kind of like, I mean, I low-key don't want to explain it, but it was kind of like freaky, like no eyes, kind of no mouth kind of people, basically. Well, not really. It's like they had no eyeballs, basically, and it was like, oh, that's creepy, actually. And funnily enough, I didn't feel like I was having a nightmare or something. It was like they were kind of like well, not monsters, but they were like I remember in my dream that they were like people who were like, hey, embrace. You don't need eyes to see. You do not need mouth to speak. Those are just a reflection of what we think we need, but to truly live in a world that is complete, we only need ourselves, or something like that. It was kind of weird, actually. It was kind of like that kind of like weird mentality where it was just like, yeah, those kind of people that kind of have a style of life that is like a little bit terrifying, to live in eternal darkness or something, which is kind of weird. And it's kind of like a weird concept that my brain kind of threw into the window, and it was like, funnily enough, I felt like I was watching a movie. Like, I didn't feel like I was the main character dealing with these people, but I felt like I was watching a movie from the outside, because the main character was a woman, actually. So yeah, ironically, my brain made a movie inside of my head, and I was looking at the outside from it, and it was kind of like Resident Evil or something. I don't know, but it was weird, actually. It was kind of weird. So yeah, and it's like, I think even my brain came up with a design about the woman or something in some weird way. And it was out of like a 2-hour nap that I took after eating breakfast. So it was like, yeah, well, it's kind of weird actually. Kind of weird a little bit, but let's get this stuff started. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. There we go. Okay. Monokuma Rock. Cool. Looks like everyone's here. Huh? Is this it? Shouldn't there be more people? Stop it, you're making me depressed. Yeah, well, you're making me depressed. Yeah. So, it is going to happen again. The cruel conflict where we must doubt our friends. but once we're through this, we can go back, right? That Monokuma bastard said so. Then he said this is the last class trial. But we've been tricked into every step of the way. There's no way I can believe that so easily. Why can't you believe it? The guy who's making us do all this is the one saying it, you know? That's why I'll definitely survive. If we can really go home after we deal with this class trial, I'll definitely find out who the killer is, no matter what. Even if I have to pull out all the stops. Okay, sure. Stop, Nomi. What the fuck? Why are you here? You haven't realized it yet? That feeling of wanting to leave this island, thinking that is Monokuma's trap, you know? Huh? Huh? What are you saying? There's no way Monokuma will end things here. He's planning something far worse. Stop trying to jinx us, I'm sorry. Damn right, stupid rabbits should just shut up. Everyone, you mustn't run away from despair. Huh? I have finally realized, after losing my powers, I realized that cursing your powerlessness or your fate accomplishes nothing. The possibility may be small, but as long as there's possibility, you must face it. In order to become someone who can be proud of yourself. So we'll fight! Huh? What's her deal? I don't really know, but she seems different from before. Maybe you should read a self-help book. Her eyes, she looks so determined. What? What can you tell by just looking at those button eyes? Anyway, make sure you turn off Minimaru. It'd be annoying if he started talking during the trial. Oh, fine. Somehow, I understand what Monomi's saying, I think. Anyway, let's get going to the last class trial. You're right, we need to fight as much as we can. No matter what hopeless truth awaits us in the end. Roar. Roar XD. Yeah. This is the end. I kept saying those words to myself over and over within my mind. Entered Monokuma Rock. Dude, there's only like, what? 3, 4, 5, 6 people left, by the way. That's kind of insane. Let's deliver right. This will be the last time for this too, right? I hope so. Let's worry about things after we finished. More importantly, we must focus on the class trial before us. Okay, sure. The killer managed to kill someone like Nagito. There's no way this is gonna go so smoothly. I mean, I still can't believe one of us was able to do that. Nagito was problematic in many ways, but he was also a valuable asset during the trials. Yeah, you're right. In fact, during the Funhouse ordeal, we were completely dependent on him. But even if he's gone, the ones who survive need to stand and fight. We must fight. Okay, cool. And then the door slowly opened. This bright light greeting us. Is that the light of hope? Or the light of despair? Okay, well. Well then, now that the chatterbox Nagito is gone, there are only 6 of you left. Enough, just fucking start the shit already. Hey, this is it, right? This is really the last class trial, right? It sure is. So you gotta show some enthusiasm and make sure you give it your all. Then I tell you, you said it. This is the end. Now then, let's get this trial started. This is the class trial. Let's show some enthusiasm and kill each other. Okay, sure. This is the 5th class trial. According to Monokuma, this is also the last class trial. The curtain is about to rise. Nagito Komaeda, the ultimate lucky student. Not so lucky student because he ended up dying. Or maybe he was lucky enough that he died before just whatever the hell Monokuma is about to do to us or something. Maybe that's why he's lucky. When I first met him, I thought he was a nice guy. He came across as very sociable. But his true nature held such a demented thought process that was nothing like his outward appearance. He said he believed in hope more than anything else. He said he was yearning for a powerful hope that can overcome any despair. He said he would even help despair just to prove that hope will never lose to despair. It's like, in some way, Nagito was kind of like obsessed over this is what happens with a lot of people who get obsessed over concepts, basically. It's like, sure, like there's passion about concepts that you can actually like devote your life towards, and mainly because your brain kind of releases some kind of dopamine, because it's kind of like you release the same kind of essence out of like an object or like a situation, basically. But it's like, in some sense, it kind of detaches itself from the relationship that that concept has with the real humans that are dealing with it, or like real living entities that live within it. So it's kind of like, in its own way, it's kind of like a detached passion in some way. Because like, passion is not terrible, but when your passion gets you detached so far that you don't actually see around you, you kind of like become a little bit obsessed too much, and then it just becomes this kind of deal where it's just like the ends justify the means, and it's just like, well, I will destroy everything even if it means that I achieve my hope, basically. But it's like, in some sense, it's ironically, that's the funny part about all this, that the concept and the obsession of the psychology of that individual will ultimately have that kind of like mentality that is just like, yeah, well, I am so attached to this idea of hope that I must achieve it in any shape or form, even if it means giving despair to others, even if it means taking hope away from someone, even if it means putting despair onto others and maybe just let me experience it my own, even if it means me dying, even if it means other people dying, hope will prevail, basically. I was like, yeah, that is the thing about the conceptual aspects of that psychological thing, where of like human beings, or should I say sentient beings, that is like the obsession over something, it kind of like detaches the whole purpose of your functionality within yourself even. So when you lose track of even the feeling of yourself, that kind of becomes a little bit of a problem, basically, because it's like, I mean, yeah, that's whenever you lose that sense of self, and you depersonalize yourself so much, and you kind of devote yourself to an idea, basically, that's sometimes, if you think about it in the most logical sense, it's the recipe for disaster for the self and even to others, simply just because it's just a glorification of concepts that are not living, basically. It's kind of like people who are obsessed with hope, that are obsessed with justice, that are obsessed with, like, I don't know, like despair, like Monokuma. There are people who are obsessed with all those things, or like injustice. There's people who are obsessed with all these kind of things, and they just do whatever they can to kind of achieve that sense of the idea of whatever the hell the ultimate idea of that is. So in the kingdom of ideas, in the kingdom of the essence of things, basically, they just pursue that idea that is like the most 100% pure essence of something, and due to that it just becomes a destructive force that just ultimately becomes like chaos, no matter what, that must be defended at all costs, basically. And it's like, it goes to every single individual in this planet that can go through that stage, no matter where you're from, what your background is. People can go through that same type of mentality, just simply because there is a sense of reward that comes out of it. It's kind of like a substance in a way. It's like a mental substance if you think about it. And it's like, okay, well, I must get my substance because that is the most rewarding thing. That is what got me into the place that I am right now. Therefore, I must keep feeding into that hunger. Therefore, I must satisfy the individual that is myself, even if it means that there is to be destruction in the way. And it's like, that is the main thing about what humanity is like part of, and the obsessions that come with it. Is like, a lot of people just don't have time to think, or they don't have support to even have that kind of deal. It's more often than not the support that they get out of like other individuals. Sometimes it's just a reinforcing idea because they are living within that same mentality and obsession within the kingdom of ideas, or the pure essence of something. And it's like, that is really the thing when it comes to like humanity in its own way, and the dehumanization of like people nowadays, because they just believe that the pure essence of something is worth dying for, basically, or that's the pure essence of something is worth destroying the entire world, or it's worth like destroying yourself over something. And it's like, in a sense, that is like the big problem, because it kind of shows that the state of mind of the people that are living that type of like idealistic like psychological obsession is just, in a sense, just self-destructive no matter what. And it's like a destruction of the individual for the sake of an idea. And sometimes that idea is very manipulable, and it's kind of like a beacon that can manipulate a lot of other people in the way because of it. So, in a sense, it's just this kind of concept where, in order for like someone who has like a healthy viewpoint of hope, has to romanticize the living of hope, the existence of hope, of you experiencing you having the experience of hope rather than the concept of hope. Because whenever there's a concept, whenever you idealize the concept of something that must be perfection, you become the obsessed artist, the obsessed horseman of death, basically. You become the horseman of death that just decapitates and slashes through everything that is outside of the pure essence of something. You become that entity. You become death itself. And whenever you become death itself, a lot of people will say like, yeah, well, I will become death itself if it means that I get to achieve something. that it means that we have that pure essence of this particular thing. And it's like, sure, but at some point, it's kind of like that devotion is what kind of causes all the biggest issues within humanity and within the story, the history of humanity, where every kind of living thing just becomes a payment coin. And it just becomes like, yeah, well, at least the dream of this or X and Y has been achieved. And it's like, in a sense, it just shows that even in this today's era, that is the biggest problem, where it kind of like, we kind of have obsessed over something, and a lot of intelligent people have obsessed over it as well. That is like, my intelligence has brought me into the reality in which AI can overcome everything, right? My intelligence has brought me into the reality which has brought me an empire of goods, and I sell those goods. And you know what? This is important within human reality, and I think that a few sacrifices are worth maintaining, for the sake of maintaining that kind of ship, for the sake of maintaining that idea, that greatness that people look at, that obsessive sense of perfection that they believe that they have. And it's like, in the psychology of things, if you think about it like that, it's just kind of like, yeah, well, but at least I will have a statue and people will talk about me after I'm gone, and so on and so on, and there will be laurels coming from me, and people will claim to me that they did something important, even if it means that we kill thousands, millions even. We did something important today. And it's like, that is the thing that I feel a lot of people are going through as well. That there's an obsession over like hope, despair, justice, injustice, pleasure, displeasure, the imagery of a situation, the fetishization of a situation. And it's just like, oh, I must fetishize the domination of this group being over that group. That is the fetish that we must comply with. That is my fetish. The suffering of another being is my fetish to begin with. And due to that, it just kind of forgets that it's like, okay, yeah, sure. That sometimes that is one thing that just happens, basically. But it's when it gets really bad, when people just forget about themselves and they just give their lives away for the sake of, hey, at least I did something. Because the most important thing is, like, you can be the riskiest, most like wild motherfucker out there. You can do that. But if you don't have the mentality that you will live the next day and experience the world that you have created after the first step that you took, it's when chaos unveils, because it's like, it just becomes a chase for the ultimate essence of something. The ultimate student, the ultimate lucky student, the ultimate this, the ultimate that, the ultimate this. And it's like, that is like the funny part about Danganronpa in its own way. It's like, a lot of these things are obsessions over like the ultimate something about something. And it's like, okay, well, sometimes even those badges become more valuable than life itself for some reason. And that is the funny part about it, is like, okay, well, some people decide that those things are more important than their own lives, so they will die for it in exchange for that ultimate something. And it's like, a lot of people glorify that kind of idea in some way. And that is the thing, really. It's like, I feel like that is the biggest problem that we face with humanity through the ages, through every single stage that we live through, and is the obsession of the ultimate essence of something. the ultimate essence of one thing is what brings the destruction upon us. The ultimate face of despair, the ultimate face of hope, the ultimate face of anything, really. And it's like, those villains in some way are kind of like, if you think about it, they're very realistic, because in some way, like, in order for you to kind of like be healthy, you kind of do need to have that sense of selfishness within yourself. You need that small slither of selfishness for you to actually be able to experience all those essences. Not to be obsessed with it, but to experience all those essences to begin with. And it's in that sense, that is the most important part, basically. It's like, if you can live and keep living to keep pursuing the essence of the ultimate purity of something without the destruction of others in the process of achieving something beyond what is expected, and yeah, I mean, at that point, it just becomes the most important thing to experience at that point. That is the concept of existence, of you existing within this realm and plane of reality. That is what it means to breathe, live, experience, adapt, look through the information and see, oh, that is the ultimate student of something. It's like, the fact is, you are existing and you are living within that concept. And due to that, that is the most important thing, basically. You as the entity, the individual, as long as you exist, you have the possibilities of experiencing the ultimate riches of something. You have the possibility of experiencing that. If you die for things that don't really like, that may benefit something that you're obsessed with, you will never experience that sense of reality in that sense. So why bother with self-destruction at that point? Why do that? So, yeah. He said he'd become a stepping stone for hope. Yep, his way of thinking was completely screwed up. But there was also times he saved us too. Someone like him was killed. That was the end of him. And I have no idea at all who did it, but there's no way we can end this without knowing. We will be consumed by despair. That's why we absolutely have to find out. The person who finished off Nagito, the killer who murdered Nagito. In order to return from this despair alive, we need to reach the truth. Dude, everything is red, actually. And Monokuma says this is really the last class trial. That's all there more reason we need to do this. And so, this life-threatening trial bellowing with hope and despair, the last one, has begun. Okay, sure. Okay, sure. We have some more skills, actually, I think. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go over the truth bullets, basically. Monokuma file number 5. The victim is Nagito Komaeda. The body was discovered inside of the warehouse near the Monokuma plushie factory. The estimated time of death is believed to be noon sharp. Not only is there a spear stabbed in his stomach, there are also multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs. Furthermore, there is a laceration of his left arm and a knife impaled through his right hand. Both of Nagito's legs were tied with rope, and each rope was tied to nearby pillars, which prevented him from moving. His thighs were also covered in lots of stab wounds. The rope that was tied to Nagito's right arm burned off. However, Nagito's right sleeve still looked clean. Yeah, that's the thing. A survival knife that was stabbed into Nagito's right hand. The knife is from the military base. It's safe to assume that the wounds on Nagito's legs and left arm were caused by this knife. Blood was splattered on the palm of Nagito's left hand. For some reason, the splatter cuts off in the middle of this palm. Also, the back of his left hand has an unnatural blood stain that's only above the middle joints of his fingers. Nagito's mouth was covered with duct tape. However, the blood that splattered onto his face wasn't under the duct tape. The duct tape itself has a lot of crinkles in it, as if Nagito was just desperately moving his mouth underneath it. This is the thing. This is the thing that kind of bothers me a little bit. It's like he has blood on his chin and a little bit on his face, but not on the duct tape. So what if he just started getting stabbed and it's like as he was dying and in agony, there was duct tape on his mouth, basically. That's a possibility, basically. Spear of Gungnir. The spear impaled through Nagito's stomach. A cord with an iron weight and the end of it extends from the back of the handle. For some reason, only the section where the cord and the weight touch its bloody. A life-size Monokuma plunger that was found on the floor near the fire origin point. It has a huge bloody hole in its stomach as if it was stabbed. A faint red line was on the ceiling corridor inside the goods warehouse. A lot of tipped-over Monokuma panels were scattered around the goods warehouse. In one area, the panels seemed to be laying on top of each other in the straight, orderly line. Oh, okay, we got an oil lighter found at the fire's origin point. It looks like it's what caused the fire. An MP3 player that comes with speakers. The music that was blaring through the warehouse when Hajime and others arrived was coming from this. Someone secretly used one of the bombs from the military base at the ancient ruins and found out that the bombs were fake. At the time, Monomi was apparently peeking at the whole thing. Okay. Monokuma knew all along that the bombs were fake. However, he apparently never revealed that fact to anyone. The diary that Monomi update burp every day. Or did she? According to Monokuma, Monomi can't write. Okay. Glass mask and gloves. These were hidden in Nagito's cottage under his bed. Found on Nagito's cottage under his bed. It's a round, thin piece of aluminum paper. Poison found inside the refrigerator and Nagito's cottage. The warning label on the back of the bottle states, "This enchanted liquid is highly potent and takes effect immediately. Please handle with care. Though its volatility is low, this liquid is very dangerous when vaporized. In the gaseous state, it is heavier than air, it breaks down in minutes, and it's susceptible to hydrolysis, so it is possible for you to poison someone to death without any complications. Keep this liquid secure by storing it in a cool place in a plastic container away from sunlight." Okay. This file contains Hope Seek Academy student profiles, all of 16 students participating in the school prep. Due to the fact that Monokuma forged the traitor's profile, looking at this won't help identify who the traitor is. So the thing is, like, it's a possibility that the ultimate imposter is the one that kind of died on the first time. Change a difficulty. Okay, yeah, sure. Finish preparations. Let's get to it.
では最初に学級裁判の簡単な説明をしておきましょう。学級裁判では誰が犯人かを議論し、その結果はお前らの投票により決定されます。正しい黒を指摘できれば黒だけがお仕置きですが、もし間違った人物を黒とした場合は黒以外の全員がお仕置きされ、生き残った黒だけにこの島から出る権利が与えられます。
Right.
おや、モノミちゃん、かわいい妹よ。黙りこくってどうしたのかな。大人の階段を登って月が来たとか、ウサギだけに。これでどうだ。こいつで決めるぜ。
Yeah, Monomi's just done.
ダメだこりゃ。
Yeah, she's just done. She's just like, oh, fuck Monokuma.
もうやめてください。モノミさんがかわいそうです。
そうだね。モノミとじゃれてる場合じゃないよね。もう裁判は始まってるんだもんね。 さて今回の犠牲者はみんなのために裏切り者を暴こうとしていた狛枝くんだったわけですが、一体誰が彼を殺したのでしょうかね。超気になる。
裏切り者を暴こうとしていたあいつが殺されたってことは、やっぱその裏切り者が犯人だろう。そいつが口封じのために狛枝を殺したんだ。
いや、そうとは限らねえぞ。
Okay.
裏切り者をかばうってのか。俺らの危機に名乗り出なかったようなやつだぞ。まさかてめえが裏切り者じゃねえだろうな。
バカ言ってんじゃねえよ。そんなわけねえだろ。
ぷぷぷ、そんな感じでさっさと議論を始めちゃってちょうだいな。
The traitor and the killer who murdered Nagito is here, right? Are they the same person? Or... Okay. Torture wounds, survival knife, duct tape, monokuma plushie, monokuma panels, oil lighter. I feel like we'll start with the oil lighter.
犯人の目的は口封じじゃねえって。狛枝を拷問することなんだって。
狛枝さんの死体が傷だらけなのは
犯人が狛枝を拷問したからです。
それであんなに痛めつけられてたのか。
拷問して何を吐かせようとしたのかな。きっと爆弾の隠し場所ですよ。
だとすると怪しいのは最初に爆弾を見つけたやつってことか。
それってクズ流じゃねえか。
俺が見つけたのはたまたまだ。俺が拷問なんてやるわけねえだろ。
Why did the killer have to torture Nagito? Now, were the wounds on Nagito's body really caused by torture in the first place? That's the thing, really. It's like,
犯人の目的は口封じじゃねえって。
let's go over the torture wounds first. We're tied with rope. Each rope was tied to nearby pillars which prevented him from moving. His thighs were also covered in a lot of stab wounds. Survival knife that was stabbed into Naito's right hand. This knife is from the military base. It's safe to assume that the ones on Naito's left arm were caused on a knife. Duct tape. Okay, so
狛枝さんの死体が傷だらけなのは
犯人が狛枝を拷問したからです。
それであんなに痛めつけられてたのか。
拷問して何を吐かせようとしたのかな。きっと爆弾の隠し場所ですよ。
だとすると怪しいのは最初に爆弾を見つけたやつってことか。
それってクズ流じゃねえか。
俺が見つけたのはたまたまだ。俺が拷問なんてやるわけねえだろ。
okay.
犯人の目的は口封じじゃねえって。狛枝を拷問。
Okay, let's see. Torture knife. I mean, like the knife, survival knife. Yeah. The wounds on Naito's legs and left arms were caused by this knife. Okay, and then
狛枝さんの死体が傷だらけなのは
犯人が狛枝を拷問したからです。
それであんなに痛めつけられてたのか。
拷問して何を吐かせようとしたのかな。きっと爆弾の隠し場所ですよ。
だとすると怪しいのは最初に爆弾を見つけたやつ。それって俺が見つけたの。俺が拷問なんてやるわけねえだろ。
犯人の目的は口封じじゃねえって。狛枝を拷問することなんだって。
狛枝さんの死体が傷だらけなのは
犯人が狛枝を拷問したからです。
No.
それは違うぞ。
No, no, no. Actually, I don't think so.
でも狛枝の口はガムテープで塞がれて声を出せる状態じゃなかったんだぞ。
Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, well, let's begin by that. It's like if he had duct tape and it wasn't removed, the possibilities of people trying to get information out of him is pretty unlikely. And the motive of someone actually trying to kill someone, like with the most pain possible, is there basically. So maybe not trying to torture someone out of information, but rather torture out of someone out of like spite or something.
何かを聞き出すために拷問したならそんな風に口を塞がれてたりしないはずだ。
Yeah, that's the thing.
俺が整備してやるぜ。いや、俺は気づいちまったぜ。そいつはトラップだ。
トラップ？
おめえはトラップに引っかかったんだよ。ノータリンひなたちゃんよ。
Stupid. Okay. Tortured wounds, burned rope. Okay, tortured wounds, burned rope, survival knife, duct tape, spear of Nagangnir, Markuna plushie. Okay, let's start with this actually.
確かに狛枝の口が塞がれてりゃ満足に喋れねえと思うわな。でもそれがトラップだ。何かを聞き出したと悟らせねえためのな。
聞くわけにはいかない。
Okay, cool.
でも口を塞いだら本当に何も聞き出すことができないぞ。
Yeah, how is he supposed to say anything?
いいか、真相はまず犯人は狛枝を拷問し爆弾の情報を聞き出したんだ。
About the bomb's
そん
location.
なあいつをぶっ殺した後に口をガムテープで塞いだんだよ。
The duct tape.
確
Okay.
かに狛枝の口が塞がれてりゃ満足に喋れねえと思うわ。
Okay.
でもそれがトラップだ。何かを聞き出したと悟らせねえためのな。
聞くわけにはいかない。
Okay. Once again. Okay.
でも口を塞いだら本当に何も聞き出すことができないぞ。
いいか、真相はまず犯人は狛枝を拷問して爆弾の情報を聞き出したんだ。そんであいつをぶっ殺した後に口をガムテープで塞いだんだ。
His mouth shut.
危なかったなおめえら。俺のおかげでトラップにかからずに済んだぞ。
Okay, shut up. Okay. They taped Naga's mouth after getting permission from him. True, that sounds reasonable. But that clearly contradicts the truth. If he had listened to me until the very end, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of repeating myself.
いいか、真相はこうだ。まず犯人は狛枝を拷問して爆弾の情報を聞き出したんだ。そんで口をガムテープで塞いだんだ。
Okay. Yeah, retreat.
さあ
Okay.
確かに狛枝の口が塞がれて満足に喋れねえと思うわな。でもそれがトラップだ。何かを聞き出したと悟らせねえためのな。
Okay.
でも口を塞いだら
Okay, let's see.
本当に何も聞き出すことができないぞ。
いいか、真相はこうだ。まず犯人は狛枝を拷問して爆弾の情報を聞き出したんだ。そんであいつをぶっ殺した後に口をガムテープで塞いだんだよ。危なかったなおめえら。俺のおかげでトラップにかからずに済んだぞ。
Hmm. They... Okay, so...
いいか、真相はこうだ。まず犯人は狛江田を爆弾の情報を聞き出した。そんであいつをぶっ殺
The
した
bomb's
後に
location after they killed him.
さあ
After they killed
確かに
him.
狛江田の口が塞がれてれば満足に喋れねえと思うわな。でもそれがトラップだ。何かを聞き出したと悟ってねえためのな。
でも口を塞いだら本当に何も聞き出すことができないぞ。
いいか、真相はこうだ。まず犯人は狛江田を拷問して爆弾の情報を聞き出したんだ。そんであいつをぶっ殺した後に
No, wait.
いいか、真相はまず犯人は狛江田を爆弾の情報を聞き出したんだ。そんであいつをぶっ殺した後に
さあ
After they killed him.
確かに狛江田の口が塞がれてりゃ満足に喋れねえと思うわ。でもそれがトラップだ。何かを聞き出したと悟らせねえためのな。
After they killed him, but like why?
でも口を塞いだら本当に何も聞き出すことができないぞ。
いいか、真相はこうだ。まず犯人は狛江田を拷問し爆弾の情報を聞き出したんだ。そんであいつをぶっ殺した後に
That's the thing. Because the duct tape was like folded, and that means that
いやガムテープが貼られたのは間違いなく狛江田が痛めつけられる前なんだ。なんだと
well,
もうガムテープの話なんていい。
well, yeah, because there was some movement.
じゃんけんで決めちま
Why tape his mouth if there's like signs of movement within the duct tape? It just implies that the duct tape had some movements within itself, which means that he was still alive during that, and the possibilities of that kind of like wear down of the duct tape. It just implies that that he was still alive while he was getting tortured, and there was no movement after that, basically.
じゃんけんに頼るまでもなく、ガムテープは拷問の前に貼られたもので決定だよ。
Yeah.
なんで日向の肩ばっか持つんだよ。あいつのことが好きなのかよ。
I mean, that would be great, actually. Are you in elementary school or something?
私が狛江田くんの口からガムテープを剥がした時、ソーダくんも一緒にいたよね。ほら、狛江田くんの顔の血痕ってガムテープの下にはついてなかったでしょ？
狛江田の顔の血痕はあいつの腕の傷から飛んだものだった。
Yeah, so what this just implies basically is that there was no intention of torturing him out of information of where the bombs were, but rather the intention was to torture Nagito as much as possible, making him suffer as much as possible.
つまりあのガムテープはあいつが腕を傷つけられる前から貼られてたってことだ。
Yeah.
それにあのガムテープって口の内側に向かってシワがたくさんできてたよ。きっと彼はガムテープの下で必死に口を動かしてたんじゃないかな。
むしろあのガムテープは叫び声を上げさせねえためのものか。
Yeah.
あとはやっぱ俺が最初に言った通りだろ。拷問じゃなくて口封じが目的だったんだろ。
I mean, it was for torture, but not torture in order for them to get information out of him. It was torture for the sake of making him suffer as much as possible.
ですが目的が口封じならあそこまで必要に痛めつける必要はないと思います。
きっとよっぽど狛江田が憎かったんだろう。
Which, I mean, that's a lot of people, actually.
では犯人はただ苦しませるためだけにあそこまでのことをしたとおっしゃるのですか？
I mean, yeah, that seems to be implied,
だとしたら
actually.
正気の沙汰じゃねえな。そいつは狂っちまってんじゃねえのか？
いや、ただ狂ってるだけじゃねえ。それに加えてかなり狡猾な野郎だぞ。そうでなきゃ 現場に放火して丸ごと証拠隠滅させるなんて真似はできっこね。
That's a real possibility, but why go as far as to put an MP3 player? It's just like the MP3 player kind of implies. I mean, yeah, to cover up the sounds that Nagita was doing, basically. I think that's really the key aspect of it.
倉庫の火事って証拠隠滅のためだったのか？
それ以外に考えらんねえだろ。
ただ問題はそれをどなたがやったかです。あの火事があった時はここにいる全員が倉庫の前に揃っていました。
ああ、そんで俺が倉庫の扉を開けた直後に奥から火が上がったんだもんな。
Right after I opened the warehouse door, the flames started burning from the very back. So what if the moment that Akane kicked the door open, it was a trigger for the lighter or something, kind of like a domino effect with the panels that were there, a Monokuma or something. What if it was like that, basically, and it was like a trigger to be like, hey, let's burn the evidence or something, and just making it like very difficult for people to kind of interact with whatever the hell.
つまりここにいる誰かが放火したとは考えられないはずなのですが。
Yeah, nobody technically set the fire, but they set a contraption so they could get some fire.
犯人は俺ら以外にいる。なわけねえよな。今更って感じだもんな。
偶然にしたってタイミングが良すぎるしな。
今までのパターンからするとここに何らかの仕掛けが使われていると考えるべきかもしれませんね。
What if it was Monomi? It's like Nagito stole Monomi's like chest, and if that was the case, then it just means that it could be like Monomi just ended up killing him because like Monomi was just done with him stealing her shit or something.
何らかの仕掛けってなんだよ。
それはわかりませんが、でも今までは大体そうだったじゃないですか。
さすがはソニアさん、凄まじく高い学習能力を誇ってらっしゃる。よっしゃ、ソニアさんの意見を元に考えてみようぜ。それでいいですよね、ソニアさん。
承知の助です。
The reason for the fire, huh? They're right. We need to clear that up first. Okay. Torture wounds, burned rope, survival knife, burned rope, survival knife, duct tape, oil light. Okay, let's begin with the oil lighter.
あの火事の直接的なきっかけは現場にあったオイルライターですよね。
犯人は何らかの仕掛けを使ってライターからカーテンに火をつけたんだ。
何らかの仕掛けって？
オイルを導火線代わりにしたのかもな。
単純にライターを投げただけだろ。
あの形状のオイルライターなら火をつけたまま立たせられますよね。
何らかの方法でライターを倒せばカーテンに引火するかもしれません。
何らかの方法って
見えない糸を使ったとか。
音の振動で倒す方法だってあるはずだ。
もしくは扉が開いたきっかけで激しい風圧がライターを倒したのです。
No, okay, let's go over. Okay,
あの火事の直接的なきっかけは
panels.
現場にあった
犯人はライターから
何らかの仕掛け。
オイルを導火線代わりに。
単純にライターを投げただけだろ。
あの形状の火をつけたまま立たせられ。
何らかの方法でカーテンに引火するかもしれない。
何らかの方法。
見えない糸を使ったとか。
Okay.
音の振動で倒す方法だってあるはずだ。
もしくは
扉が開いたきっかけ。
There we go.
それに賛成だ。
So yeah, when they opened the door, the panels tipped over and tipped over the lighter as well.
扉が開いたことがきっかけになったって意見には俺も賛成だ。
やはり風圧ですね。ジャパニーズカマイたちですね。
Sure.
風圧じゃなくてきっとモノクマのパネルを使ったんだ。
Yeah, probably.
現場にモノクマのパネルが大量に倒れてただろ。あれは無造作に倒れてるように見えたけど、一列だけ綺麗に折り重なるようにして倒れてたんだ。
Yeah,
倉
basically.
庫の扉から火元までの一列だけがな。
それに何か意味があったのか？
What do you mean it means anything?
犯人はあのモノクマのパネルを利用してドミノ倒しの仕掛けを作ったんだ。
Yeah, that's what I thought actually.
ドミノ倒しって並べた牌をパタパタと倒して遊ぶあれのことだよな。
犯人はその牌の代わりにモノクマのパネルを使ったんだよ。私たちが倉庫の扉を開けると、扉に押された最初のパネルが倒れて、そこからパネルがドミノ式に倒れていって、最後にライターからカーテンに引火する仕掛けだね。
Right.
けどあんな大きなパネルが倒れてったらさすがに誰か気づくんじゃねえか？
気づいてほしくないからこそグッズ倉庫の照明を消してたんだろうな。
あの倉庫が暗かったのって俺たちからドミノ倒しの仕掛けを隠すためだったのか？
それともう一つ、犯人がドミノ倒しを隠すためにやったことがあったよね。
The killer did one other thing to hide the domino effect. The music.
そうか。
Yep.
それってあの MP3 プレイヤーのことだな。倉庫で鳴り響いてたあの賛美歌はパネルが倒れていく音を隠すためのものだったんだろう。
Yeah, yeah. The inside of the warehouse felt even darker because of our eyes were still used to the bright sunlight outside. Within that darkness, a loud hymnal blared through the warehouse at full volume. Hey, do you guys hear something? It's really damn loud. It's like you like listening to this depressing crap. No, I'm not talking about the music. And that's... As if on cue, it suddenly started.
そうか。俺が気になった音ってパネルが倒れていく音だったんだ。
Yeah, I kinda got like good ears,
で
so...
も、尾張さんが違和感を抱いたのってあの音だけじゃないよね。
Right.
今振り返ると、倉庫の扉を開けた時もだよね。
It's fine. I'll open it slowly. No, that's not the problem. Seriously, it'll be fine. With those words, I kind of brushed off everyone's warning and slowly opened the door to the warehouse. Clatter, clatter, clatter. It's not opening. Is there something blocking the door? I can barely open it. I knew it. It's a trap. Seriously, just stop it, okay? I tell you to be fine. Just gotta use a little bit more force. What happened to opening slowly? I kinda ignored their protests with a mighty kick and the door flew open. Damn.
あの時扉に突っかいてたのがモノクマのパネルだったのか。
Yeah.
そこで扉を開けたことによってドミノ倒しが始まり、倒れていったパネルが最終的にはライターを倒して、そうやってグッズ倉庫が火事になったはずなんだけど。
なんか浮かねえ顔だな。
あの時尾張さんは言ってたよね。扉が少ししか開かないって。
パネルが突っかいてたせいだろ。
あの時の隙間ってさ、とても人とかが出入りできる隙間じゃなかったよね。
それが何か問題なのか？
大問題だよ。だってグッズ倉庫の出入り口ってあそこだけなんだし。
If that door was the only entrance to the warehouse, I see. So the problem Jack is talking about is the killer couldn't have left, basically.
扉が少ししか開かないくらいパネルを密着させておいたら、中にいた犯人も外に出られなくなるよな。
そういやそうだ。
じゃあ中に隠れてたんじゃねえか？
誰かだ？俺らは全員倉庫の外にいたんだぞ。
Yeah, that's the thing.
今までのパターンからすると ここに何らかの仕掛けが使われていると 難しく考えなくても実はそれが可能な人は一人だけいるんだけどね。
それって
But if that's true, this murder.
日向さん、それはどなたのことですか？
The person who set up the domino effect inside the warehouse. There's only one person who could have done that. It's gonna be like Monomi or something. I wanted to check out if it was possible to select Monomi, but okay. It would have been him,
これが
actually.
俺の答えだ。狛枝だったとしたらどうだ。なんで狛枝の名前が出てくんだよ。あいつは被害者なんだぞ。
彼はただの被害者じゃなかったのかもしれない。
は？
ただの被害者じゃねえってどういう意味だよ。
狛枝君は被害者であると同時に加害者だったのかもしれない。
自殺ってことか？バカ言ってんじゃねえよ。てめえは忘れたのか？あいつが全身をめちゃくちゃに痛めつけられてたのをよ。あれが全部自作自演だってのかよ。
でも狛枝君だったらやりかねないよね。
そういう問題じゃねえよ。あいつは縛られてたんだぞ。いくら狛枝ほどの変態だって自分の両手両足を全部縛るなんて不可能だろ。
そうだね。
おお、分かったならいいけどよ。
狛枝君が自分を縛った方法については話し合う必要がありそうだね。
話し合う必要だ？そんな必要あるか？どう考えたって不可能じゃねえかよ。
Like he said, it seems impossible if you think about it, but I feel like I'm overlooking something. Torture wounds, burned rope, survival knife, duct tape. Okay.
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかくさすがに両手は無理ですよね。
最後に残った腕がどうしようもねえぞ。
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
歯を使えばいけんじゃねえか。それか男の尻尾を使うんだ。
What?
下ネタかよ、下ネタなのかよ。
Your assumption that our assumption that Nagito committed suicide is correct, Nagito should have tied himself up too. That's okay, right?
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかくさすがに両手は無理。
最後に残った腕が
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
歯を使えばいけんじゃねえか。それか男の尻尾を使うんだ。
下ネタかよ、下ネタなのかよ。
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決ま。
両足だけなさすがに両手は。
最後に残った
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
Yeah, but like stabbing yourself on the hand, I don't feel like that's something you can do by yourself, actually.
しまった。
Like, I really don't think that that's possible.
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかく。 さすがに両手は無理ですよね。
最後に残った腕がどう
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
歯を使えばいけんじゃねえか。
You were by
男の
yourself.
尻尾を使うんだ。
下ネタかよ、下ネタなのかよ。
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかく、さすがに両手は。
最後に残った腕がどう
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
歯を使えばいけんじゃねえか。それか男の尻尾を使うんだ。
下ネタかよ、下ネタなのかよ。
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかく、さすがに両手は無理ですよね。
最後に残った腕がどうしよう
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
歯を使えばいけんじゃねえか。それか男の尻尾を使うんだ。
By
下
yourself.
ネタかよ、下ネタなのかよ。
Survival knife, duct tape. Okay.
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて
Oh, the duct
不
tape.
可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともか
Okay,
く、
he was tied the entire
さすがに
time.
両手は無理。
最後に残った腕が
How
ど
did he
うしよう
keep
も
out
少
some?
なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
Well, that is the thing. If you were by yourself, would you be able to? Okay. Would you be able to stab yourself and make yourself all bloody with like duct tape on your mouth? So it implies that there was someone else.
縛っ
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかく、さすがに両手は無理です。
最後に残った腕がどうしようもね
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
歯を使えばいけん
You
じゃ
were
ねえ
by
か。
yourself.
それか男の尻尾を使うんだ。
下ネタかよ、下ネタなのかよ。
自分の両手両足を縛る不可能に決まってんだ。
両足だけならと、さすがに両手は無理。
最後に残った腕が
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかく、さすがに両手は無理ですよね。
最後に残った腕がどうしようもねえぞ。
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
歯を使えばいけんじゃねえか。それか男の尻尾を使うんだ。
下ネタかよ、下ネタなのかよ。
I'm really confused about this one a little bit.
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて不可能に決まってんだろうが。
両足だけならともかく、さすがに両手は無理ですよね。
最後に残った腕がどう
少なくとも自分一人じゃ無理だ。
歯を使えばいけんじゃねえか。それか男の尻
下ネタかよ、下
Your
ネタなのかよ。
No, it's impossible. He has.
自分の両手両足を縛るなんて
それは違うぞ。ちょっと待ってくれ。その前提自体が間違ってるんじゃないか。
Yeah, to be able to tie yourself up all the way up. How would you do that? If
何がだよ。だってあいつは間違いなく両手両足を。
いや両手両足じゃなかったはずだ。
he had one free arm. His arm. I mean, if he committed okay, if he committed suicide, there's a chance that the rope was not one of the ropes was not tied up.
右手のロープはすっかり燃えていた。あれだと縛られてたとは言えないはずだ。
あれは 火事のせいで焼けただけだろ。その前までは縛られてたはずだ。
Should, but is it?
火事のせいで焼けた。確かにそう見えなくもないけど、あれはそう見えるように仕向けられた罠なんだ。それを示す確かな根拠だってあるんだ。
The proof that the burned rope on Knight's right arm is a trap. His right sleeve.
あいつの右腕の袖の部分に注目してほしいんだ。ロープがあれだけ燃えているにもかかわらず、あいつの袖は全く燃えてなかったよな。こんな燃え方どう考えたって不自然だろ。きっとあのロープはあらかじめ焼き切られてたんだ。あたかも火事で焼けたと見せかけるためにな。
じゃあ駒枝くんの右腕は縛られてなかったんだね。自由に動かせたんだね。
ああ、そのはずだ。
That should be the case, yeah, maybe.
ひなた、すげえじゃねえかよ。俺の胸ぐらいなら触らせてやってもいいぞ。
Oh my fucking
エ
god.
リさん、そんな風に自分を安売りしてはいけません。ちゃんとお金をもらわないと。
I think money's not the problem, but sure.
いや、やっぱおかしいぞ。
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
わかったよ。触らせる前に諭吉をもらえばいいんだろ。
そうじゃねえ。お前だの自作自演の話だ。だってよ、右手のロープがなかったとしても、その右手にはナイフが突き刺さってたんだぞ。
That still confuses me. Yeah, that's the thing. Really.
右手で右手にナイフを刺すのは無理。ああ、そりゃそうだな。
Yeah, it's impossible to stab your hand with the right arm, so there has to be something.
騙したな、ひなた。すぐに諭吉を返しやがれ。
Not only did she try to charge me, now she wants the money back? What the hell?
待てよ。方法ならあるはずだぞ。
だったら聞かせてみろや。
しょうもないことだったら諭吉を万倍で返してもらうからな。
A way to stab yourself in the right hand using only your right hand. It's okay, there's definitely an answer to this. How do you do that, actually? Torture wounds, burned rope, survival knife, Monokuma plushie. I feel like it has to do with the blood on the girder.
お前だの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか。
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか。
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、そこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは。
固定って何だ。
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
If Nagito could only use his right hand to stab himself in the palm, then how can he do it?
お前だの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか。
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが。
No.
違う。
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺す。
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか。
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいて。違う。
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか。
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか。
ナイフ投げの達人か。
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、そこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは。
固定って何だ。
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
If Nagita could only use his right hand to stab himself in the palm.
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか。
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かい。
何かにナイフを固定しておいてそこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何だ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
But what if he used his left hand?
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか。
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいてそこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何だ？
ナイフを固定させるだけ縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。
No, wait.
お前らの右手が空いてたとして、右手で右手に
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいてそこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何？
ナイフを固定させる縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。
No, bend that easily.
そう。
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか。
ナイフを上に落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの
I
達
feel like it
人
has to do with the blood on the girder. I
何
feel.
かにナイフを固定しておいてそこに右手を振り下ろしたとか。
固定って
ナイフを固定させる縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。
No, I don't think that's it.
そう。
Okay, well, rip. You failed. God damn it. Okay, sure. Okay,
俺が
retry.
俺
Yes.
たちは諦めたりはしない。
Okay, let's see. Oh my god, my HP is so long, but it feels like it's not that long actually. Okay. So, okay, let's read over every single one of them. Okay, the torture wounds, burned rope, survival knife, Monokuma plushie, blood on girder, Monokuma panels, oil lighter, torture wounds.
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか。
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ
No.
投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいてそこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何だ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
If Nagita could only use his right hand to stab himself in the palm, then how did he do it?
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか。
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが 右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、そこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何にだ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
If Knight can only use it, how can you stab? Okay, let's think about it like this. How can you stab yourself in the right hand only having that hand free, actually? How, actually?
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか？
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、そこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何にだ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
To bend that easily. Okay, wait. I feel like it has to do with this. Blood was splattered on the palm of Nagitsu's left hand. For some reason, the splatter cuts off in the middle of his palm. Also, the back of his left hand has an unnatural blood stain that's only above the middle joints of the fingers. It just implies that he was holding something, and that's kind of the thing, basically. That's kind of the thing, really.
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、そこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何だ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
I feel like it has to do some kind of counterweight kind of thing.
右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか？
ナイフを上に投げて。
Okay, what is the argument of the survival knife? It's safe to assume that the wounds and knives is okay, yeah, nothing that important actually. If it was stabbed. This blood on the girder, I think it has to do with the spear having some kind of bloody thing. Like, it has to do with the counterweight, I feel.
落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かよ。
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、そこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何だ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
I feel like his left arm was free in some way or the other.
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
It has to be, basically, I feel.
何かにナイフを固定しておいて、そこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何だ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。
No. Left one? Okay. Yeah, that's the thing,
お
really.
前らの右手が空いてたとしても。
Monokuma plushie. So it was stabbed. Maybe it has to do with the Monokuma plushie.
右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか？
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かい。
何かにナイフを固定しておいてそこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
固定って何だ？
ナイフを固定させるだけなら縛られた左手でも可能です。
縛られてたら腕もろくに曲がらねえぞ。その左手に右手が届くかは疑問だな。
Won't be able to.
お前らの右手が空いてたとしても、右手で右手にナイフを刺せんのか？
ナイフを上に投げて落ちてきたナイフが右手に刺さったとは考えられませんか？
ナイフ投げの達人かい。
何かにナイフを固定しておいてそこに右手を振り下ろしたとかは？
それに賛成だ。
Let's go with that. Let's go with what if Monokuma. It has to do with the Monokuma plushie.
等身大のモノクマぬいぐるみだ。あれをナイフの固定に使ったんじゃないか？
Yeah, it's like it implies that there was a stab wound and that there's blood on the plushie, so there has to be some way.
そっか。だからぬいぐるみのお腹にあんな穴が開いてたんだね。あの穴にナイフの柄を差し込んで固定する。で、そこに自分の手を振り下ろした。
Insert the knife handle into that hole to prop it. Oh, then he slammed his hand onto it.
それならぬいぐるみを手元に置けばいいだけだし、あのぬいぐるみの
But how?
謎の出血にも理由がつけられるよ。
Yeah, it's like it kind of means that okay, so this is what happened. Nagito opens up the bear. He puts the knife inside of it. He somehow stabs his own hand on it. Just kind of to be like, hey, slam it down onto that. And that's why he bleeds all over the plushie. And he just moves his hand all the way over there, implying that whomever killed him pinned him like that, basically.
右手をナイフに振り下ろして刺した時のお前田の血だったんだな。
なるほど。そういうからくりもあるか。
Yeah, okay, sure.
一瞬マジでモノクマが死んだと思ったけどな。
血を出すぬいぐるみとか怖いよ。髪が伸びる人形レベルのオカルトっぷりだよ。
そうやってナイフを右手に刺した後で用済みのぬいぐるみを
That's not how I
地元の
thought
方
the
に払い
argument
のけ
would
たんだ
go,
ね。
but like it had to do something with it because there was some cutting inside of it and there was blood on top of it, so there had to be something about it, some kind of connection.
うまい具合に火事で燃えてくれりゃ証拠隠滅にもなるって考えたんだろうな。
Yeah,
グ
probably.
ルーさん、それならどうですか？
右手の傷は分かったけどよ、 まだ一番でけえ問題が残ってるぞ。狛枝の腹に刺さった槍だ。要はあいつは自分に槍を刺して自殺したってことだろ。順番的に考えれば致命傷になった槍が一番最後に狛枝に刺さったはずだ。だったらどうやったんだ。すでにナイフの刺さった右手で槍はつかめねえし、縛られてる左手で槍を扱うのも無理だろ。
じゃあ槍を先に刺したんだろ。そのまま我慢しながら右手にナイフを刺して。
我慢にも限度がありますよ。あんなに太くて大きいものが刺さったらすぐに行ってしまいます。
すみません、よく聞こえなかったのですが。
Okay, yeah,
です
well.
からあんなに太くて大きいものが刺さったらすぐに行ってしまいますって。
God damn it, Soda.
あ、もう一回だけちょっと
Oh my
録音するので。
Fucking Soda, I swear to God.
おい、いい加減にしとけや。
確かにあの状態で自分に槍を刺すなんてかなり難しいね。
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
ナイフが刺さった右手で槍を扱うのも難しいし、縛られた左手でも難しいとなると
無理ってことか。
だけど私にはどうしても狛枝くんの死が他殺だとは思えないんだよね。それは私も同感です。あんな風に残酷に殺す人がこの中にいるなんて私には信じられません。
信じられないっていうか、信じたくないだけでしょ。でもそうやって今まで何度も裏切られてきたよね。だったら今回も。あんたは黙ってるでちゅ。皆さんの邪魔をするのはルール違反ですよ。それ以上やるようなら、あっちにも考えがありますからね。いやー、もう好みがぐれちゃった。
Even Monomi's like done with your shit at this point.
だけどモノクマの言う通りだよな。今まで何度も裏切られてきたわけだし、今回だってそうかもしんねえよな。自殺で一件落着なんて虫が良すぎるっつうか。
ではソーダさんは私たちの中に犯人がいるとおっしゃるのですか？
もちろん俺とソニアさんは除いてですよ。
ソーダくんの言う通り、確かに私たちはずっと騙されっぱなしだったよね。でもね、私はまた騙されたとしてもやっぱりみんなを信じたいんだよね。何度騙されたとしてもそれでも私はみんなのことを信じたいんだよね。
俺だって犯人なんていねえって思いてえけどよ、やっぱ自殺はありえねえだろ。
Right.
本当にそうかな。
けどよ、おめえも言ったじゃねえかよ。あの状況で自分で槍を刺すのは無理だって。
難しいとは言ったけど無理だなんて言ってないよ。この
Yeah.
槍を自分に刺す方法ならなんかありそうな気がする。
どんな方法だよ。
それはわからない。
わかんねえのかよ。
私一人じゃ無理だからさ、みんなで力を合わせて考えてみようよ。今までだってそうやって乗り越えてきたんだし、みんなで力を合わせて。
She's right. We made it through several ordeals up until now by doing that. And even now.
やってみよう。
Okay. Torture wounds, burned rope. Survival knife, duct tape, mannequin plushie, oilator, torture wounds, burned rope. Okay. Let's start with torture wounds.
狛枝くんはどうやって自分に槍を刺したのか、みんなで協力して考えてみよう。槍が狛枝さんに刺さった時、右手はナイフで塞がっていたのですよね。
動かせたのは左手だけか。
けどその左手も縛られてたぞ。
だすると残る可能性は
歯を使ったか、それか尻尾を使ったとか。男には握られると硬くなる尻尾があ
Oh
る。
my fucking god.
いきなり何を言うのですか。
ヘレン・ソニアさんも最高っすね。
If Nagito committed suicide, he must have used that spear to stab himself. Even if his arms and legs were tied up, there's no doubt he used some part of his body.
狛江田君がどうやって自分に槍を刺したのか、みんなで協力して考えてみよう。
Maybe that's what it is.
槍が狛江田さんに刺さった時、右手はナイフで塞がっていたのですよね。
動かせたのは左手だけか。
けどその左手も縛られてたぞ。
だったら左手も除外か。
しまった。狛江田君はどうやってみんなで協力して考えてみよう。槍が狛江田さんに刺さった時、右手はナイフで塞がっていたのですよね。しまった。狛江田君はどうやって自分に槍を刺したのか。
Blood on, okay, oh, here it is. Blood on left hand. This is the thing.
槍が狛江田さんに刺さった時、右手はナイフで塞がっていたのですよね。
Okay, but... Okay, okay, let's see.
狛江田君はどうやってみんなで協力して考えてみよう。槍が狛江田さんに刺さった右手はナイフで塞がっていたのですよね。
動かせたのは左手だけか。
けどその左手も縛ら
だったら左手も除外か。
Okay, no, that's his left hand. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. It's on his left. Well,
待ってくれ。まだ左手の可能性を除外するのは早いぞ。
yeah, it's like he might have used his left hand to hold on to something. To make like a counterweight until he let go of that thing.
どうしてだよ。だって左手は縛られてたんだぞ。
ただ、あの左手にはちょっと気になるところがあったんだ。
Like he was holding something.
手のひらの血痕なんだけど、なんだか妙な血痕だと思わなかったか？血痕が付着してるのは手のひらの下の部分だけで、そこから先が不自然に途切れてたよな。
血が飛び散った時、そこまでしか届かなかっただけだろ。
手のひらの血痕の説明はそれで済むかもしれないけど、不自然な血痕はそれだけじゃないんだよ。ほら、手の裏の指の第二関節あたりにも血がついてるんだよね。
Right.
確かに不自然な血痕だけどさ、それが何だってんだ。
ちょっと想像力を働かせて考えてみる必要があるかもね。
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
手のひらと手の甲にあんな風に血がつくってことは、血が飛んだ時の左手はどんな状態だったのかな。
What was Nagito's left hand doing when the blood splattered? He was gripping.
そうか。
He was gripping something.
血が飛び散った時、あいつの左手は握られてたんだろうな。
Yeah, that's the thing.
だから手のひらと手の甲にあんな不自然な形の血痕が残ったんだろう。
まさか自分の尻尾。
Oh my fucking god. Stop. Akane, you just... Go to horny jail.
そうじゃなくって、槍を握ってたに決まってるじゃないですか。
Yeah,
そういえば狛江田君の左腕って他に比べて傷が浅かったよね。槍を握る握力を残しておくためにわざと傷を浅くしておいたのかもしれないよね。
Yeah, that's the thing.
けど縛られた左手で槍を握ったところで自分に刺すのは無理だぞ。
That's right, that's a problem.
ナナミはどう思う？おい、まさか眠くなったりしてないよな。
こういう時はいい角度から叩けばいいんだよ。古いテレビと同じだ。
あ、ひらめいたかもしれない。
マジで？
やっぱり狛枝くんが槍を握ってたのは間違いないと思う。ただしその槍のどの部分を握ってたかが重要だったんだよ。
He was the cord basically.
そうか
He was holding the cord basically.
そうか。狛枝は槍の柄の部分じゃなくて、そこから伸びた鞭の部分を握ってたんじゃないか？
Yeah, basically.
鞭の先端に鉄の奮闘がついてたんだけど、血痕はあそこにも付着してたんだ。しかも奮闘と鞭の継ぎ目の部分だけが途切れるような形の血痕だった。
Yeah, so that kind of implies that that was his hand gripping that.
その途切れた部分の大きさってさ、ちょうど人の拳ぐらいの大きさじゃなかった？
ああ、そっか。狛枝が左手で握ってたのがこの部分だったんだな。
Yeah, and the blood that kind of was on around his hand was dripping around the thing.
そんで本来はこの部分につくはずの血が狛枝の左手の方についちまったんだ。
Right.
でどうして槍のどの部分を握ってたかが重要なんだ？
鞭の先端を握って槍を振り回して自分に刺したとか言わねえだろうな。
No, just use gravity, basically.
そこに全ての謎を解く手がかりがあるのですよね。そうですよね、ナナミさん。すみません。そんなに都合よくポンポン謎が解けたりしませんよね。
Nagito was ripping the cord extending from the butt of the spear with his left hand. But from there, how would he stab himself in the stomach with the spear? This is kind of like the easiest trial that we had so far.
ティータイムにでもしましょうか。むしろこういう時はいきなり結果を求めないで、その一歩手前から考えてみる作戦でどうだろう。
長い作戦名だな。
一歩手前というのはどういう意味ですか？まず狛枝くんに刺さる直前の槍がどこにどういう状態であったのかを考えてみるんだよ。
どういう状態って？
Nagito was facing up and the spear was stabbed through his stomach, so if it's just before that. That's it, could it be? The state of the spear and the fact that Nagito was holding the tip of the cord attachment, if I put those together and think about it, I should be able to figure out where the spear was and what the state it was before it stabbed Nagito. Oh. God damn it, it's this thing. Sure. I think it's this. Okay, sure. Ow. Cool. Okay. Okay. Where was the spear right before it was impaled Nagito? Above Nagito, most likely. Okay, let's go with it. Yep. Okay, cool. Besides the spear, what else was above Nagito? A ceiling girder. Yeah, basically. Man, this is the easiest trial so far, I think. Ow. Cool. What item connects both the sphere and the ceiling girder? sphere and the ceiling. Well, the sphere cord, basically. That was easy. Yeah.
推理はつながった。仰向けの狛枝に刺さった槍はその直前狛枝の真上で垂直になってたはずだ。
Yeah, basically.
垂直空中にか。
狛枝さんが一人でそれをやったとなるとハンドパワーだったらすごいけど、多分彼の真上にあった天井の梁を使ったんだと思う。
Yeah, basically.
おそらく狛枝は天井の梁に鞭を引っ掛けそこを支点とすることで槍を自分の真上まで引っ張り上げたんだ。その状態で手を離せば槍は真下で仰向けになっている狛枝に突き刺さるはずだ。
天井の梁にうっすら赤い線が残ってたのが見えたけど、あれはその仕掛けの時についたものなんだね。
Yeah, I mean that seems pretty obvious, I feel.
きっと鞭の部分についてた血痕が天井の梁を通過した時についたんだろうな。どうだ、この方法を使えば狛枝が自分で自分に槍を刺すことは可能なはずだぞ。
マジかよ。本当にそんな方法で自殺したのか。
むしろそんな方法で自殺するためにあの槍を凶器に選んだんじゃないかな。
And the thing is, the bastard also knew the code.
あれが他殺だったらわざわざあんな槍を使う必要なんてないもんね。
俺も今回の事件を調べてる時に何度も疑問に思ってたんだ。どうして犯人はナイフと槍を使い分けたんだろうって。
そのトリックを成立させるためにはその槍である必要があったからってことか。
じゃあマジなのかよ。あいつが自殺ってのはマジなのかよ。
Seems to be the case, actually.
あの全身の傷も全部あいつが自分でやったことだったのかよ。
I mean, he was psychotic enough for that. So.
しかも槍を握ったままですよね。致命傷になった槍は最後に狛枝さんに刺さったはずですから。狛枝さんは槍を握ったまま自分の全身を傷つけていったということですよね。
口のガムテープも自分で貼ったのか。
痛みで声を上げてみんなに気づかれないために自分で自分の口を塞いでおいたんだろうね。
そこまでするのかよ。狂ってるってレベルじゃねえぞ。どうしてそこまでできんだよ。
I don't know, he's emo?
きっと俺たちを間違えさせるためだ。自殺とは思えない自殺をすることで俺たちを間違った答えに誘導しようとしたんだ。
I mean, yeah, that's a very negative thing to do, actually.
あいつの目的は俺たち全員の処刑だったんだよ。
そのために自分をめった刺しにしたってのか。
そんなに俺らを全滅させたかったのかよ。
異常だ。異常すぎるって。
それが狛枝なんだよ。
Geez, I was starting to feel a little sympathetic towards him. How stupid of me. I completely underestimated his capacity for malice. A mind-boggling malice that threatened us even after he's died. As a form of his malice. That's the form his malice took. I had forgotten all about it until now. If he was here now, he'd probably be sneering at me.
ですが一つだけわからないことがあります。彼は裏切り者をあぶり出すとおっしゃっていましたよね。この件はどうなってしまったのでしょう。
あいつはきっと俺らごと裏切り者を殺すつもりだったんですよ。
It would be hilarious if he was actually a traitor and forgot about it.
でしたらなぜ最初からそうしなかったのでしょう。全員まとめてでいいのならあんな爆弾騒ぎで裏切り者を暴こうとしなくたって。
Yeah, that's the thing.
むしろあの爆弾騒ぎ自体が このトリックの布石だったのかもな。
Dude, it's not gonna be something stupid like, hey, nobody revealed themselves. So, if nobody's a traitor, then it must mean that I'm the traitor or something.
あそこで俺らに手分けして爆弾を探させて、誰にもアリバイがねえ状況を仕立て上げたんだ。誰が狛枝を殺してもおかしくねえ状況を作り上げたんだよ。
お互いを疑い合うように仕向けて、そんで自殺の真相を隠そうとしたんだな。
それだけのためにあんな騒ぎを起こしたのですか？
自分を痛めつけて殺しちまうような古代妄想野郎だ。ありえねえ話じゃねえだろ。
そうですよね。
どうやら決まりみてえだな。狛枝の野郎は自殺だったんだ。俺らを全滅させるためにやった自作自演だったんだ。
それでいいのかな。いいんだよな。
なんだよ、まだ納得してねえのか？
いや、狛枝が自殺ってのは納得なんだけどさ、今一つピンとこねえ気がするっつうか。
Yeah, there's something that really doesn't make any sense,
気のせ
actually.
いかもしんねえけどな。
Why? I mean, I sort of understand what she's talking about. I don't think it's a mistake to assume that Nagito committed suicide, but why do I feel so uneasy about it? Is it because we don't know who the traitor is, or...
結局どうすんの？もう投票タイムに行っちゃっていい感じ？
どうなんだよ、終わり。
どっちにしろ狛枝が自殺ってのは間違いねえし、ま、俺の勘が外れることもあるわな。
そうですよね。今さら他の結論なんて考えられませんもんね。
じゃあこれで終わりでいいんだな。これで最後の学級裁判も終わりで、そんで俺らはこの島から帰れるんだよな。そんなハッピーエンドを迎えていいんだよな。
じゃあいいっすね。犯人が決まったってことで行っちゃっていいっすか？わかりました。では投票
いや、ちょっと待ってくれ。
Yeah, there's still...
待てって、なんでだよ。
悪い。もう少しだけ待ってほしいんだ。
Yeah, it's like, there's something there. I mean, to jump into conclusions this fast, we still need to figure out the motive, basically. It's like, yeah, you can say that, but that it was out of spite and get everyone executed, but is really that it?
やっぱりどうしても気になるんだ。
Yeah, there's still a lot of things, like the poison and the aluminium of his room.
裏切り者の正体がですか？
けど、今の問題は誰が狛枝を殺したかだろ。裏切り者をはっきりさせたところで結論は一緒だぞ。
それはそうなんだけど、
残ってる謎は裏切り者の件だけじゃないよ。どう考えても狛枝くんの自殺、確かにそうとしか考えられないんだけど。
Yeah, but we need some reasoning.
でもちょっと不安だよね。謎が残ってるのに投票タイムなんて。
Yeah, what if there's some intellectual thing going on?
おい、裏切り者だけじゃねえってなんだよ。他にどんな謎が残ってるっつうんだ。
狛枝くんの死に関係するもので一つだけ腑に落ちないことがあるんだ。しかも狛枝くんの力が及ばない、彼でさえ偽装工作ができないはずのところにね。
Something related to Nagito's death, and it's something that even he couldn't have messed with.
まだ続けんのかよ。せっかく終わったと思ったのに。
Something related to Nagito's death, a piece of evidence that he couldn't even mess with. Okay. Okay. Torture, survival knife, blood. Monokuma panels, the oil lighter. Okay, 3 players. There's still he couldn't even mess with. Huh. No, oops. Oh, that was the wrong button. That was the wrong button, actually. What? No. What can he not mess up with? No. He couldn't even mess with. What could it be, actually?
Soれってモノクマファイルのことか？
そうなんだよね。
モノクマファイルに不審な点でもあったのですか？
The victim is Nagito Komaeda. The body was discovered inside a warehouse near the Monokuma plushie factory. The estimated time of death is believed to be noon sharp. Not only is there a spear stabbed in his stomach, there are multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs. Furthermore, there is a laceration of his left arm and a knife impaled through his right hand. The suspicious part of the Monokuma file that Chiaki is worried about is... what is it? Huh. What could it be, actually? C. Cause of death. That's what it is. His cause of death is unidentified, actually. Oh my fucking god, I have no HP. Oh, it's getting difficult, actually, to handle everything. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, yeah, it's like normally there's like a cause of death, but there's... I don't think that it was very specific. I don't think that they specified a lot about the cause of death, I think. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh my fucking god, this is crazy, actually. Off. Oh my fucking god. How many? There. Oh. Okay, yeah, sure. I need an A. Give me an A. Okay, give me an H. Cause of that. There we go.
よしわかったぞ。今回のモノクマファイルってさ、死因に関して明記されてなかったよな。
Yeah, it's like if he bled out, that would have been like, okay, he died by bleeding out, basically. Or he's the spear. Not only is there a spear stabbed in his stomach, there are multiple stab wounds on each of his thighs. Furthermore, there's a laceration on his left arm and a knife impaled through his right hand.
これって変だよね。今までは必ず死因について明記してあったのに。
That's the thing, it's like it's not specifying the cause of death.
ですが死因は一目瞭然でしたよね。
Is it?
狛枝さんのお腹を貫いた槍、どう見てもあれが死因に決まってますって。
あくまでもねえことだったから書かなかっただけじゃねえのか。
Yeah, well, for someone as Monokuma, it's kind of weird
どうなん
actually.
だモノクマ。
黙秘権を行使します。
I plead the fifth.
そのパターンですか。呆れ返って何も言えませんね。
Yeah, sure.
でも前の田中君の時もその前のつみきさんの時もそうだったけど、モノクマファイルにあえて書いてなかったことって決まってその事件の重要な謎になってたよね。
今回もそうだとおっしゃるのですか。
ちょっと待てや。じゃあ狛枝が死んだ件にはまだ裏があるってのか。やっぱり狛枝は自殺じゃねえとでも言うつもりかよ。
そもそも自殺って言い出したのはおめえらじゃねえかよ。
いや、狛枝が自殺ってのは間違ってないと思うんだけど、だけどただの自殺じゃないっていうか、
Yeah, it's like
ちょっと思ったんだ。あいつは本当に俺たちを皆殺しにするために自殺したのかって。
yeah, it's like there's also intellectual things that come into play. The same thing in how Ibuki took herself out. It's like there
お
might
前
be.
のかばうのかよ。
そうじゃない。俺が言ってるのは悪い意味でなんだ。
悪い意味？
あいつの悪意は俺たちの想像以上だった。それを思い出したからこそ気になるんだ。この程度でその悪意が終わるのかって。これくらいでたどり着けるような真実があいつが命がけで企んだ悪意だったのか。だって相手はあの狛枝なんだぞ。
Yeah, that's the thing as well.
面白いな。君は狛枝君のことを本当に信用してるんだね。彼の悪意を信用するからこそ彼の悪意を疑い続ける。
Yeah, it's like someone as malicious as him has to be like deeply malicious actually.
なるほど。それって新しい形の友情のあり方なのかもしれない
And
ね。
this is just petty malice. So the thing about Nagito is like there's always like something else to his malice actually. Knowing him, there's another layer on top of it.
何が友情だよ。
Yeah, well,
で、みんなはどうするの？本当にこのまま投票しちゃうの？
I don't think so
私
actually.
は全員が納得するまで続けるべきだと思うけどな。たとえ念のためだとしてもさ。
そうですよね。投票のチャンスはたった一度きりですもんね。
Yeah, that's the thing.
念のためでいいんだな。仕方ねえな。こうなったらとことん付き合ってやんよ。
めんどくせえけど、おめえらがやるっつってんのに俺がやらねえわけにはいかねえだろ。
おいモノクマ、聞いただろ。投票は延期だ。
ここまで来たんだから最後まで頑張ろう。 みんなの力を合わせればきっと大丈夫だよ。
Right.
私はそう信じてるの。
Manami, shut the fuck up. I'm about to throw you out the window.
素敵です。今の皆さんは素敵です。
Yeah, sure.
そうです。皆さんの希望を一致団結させれば、どんな絶望だって怖くなんかないんです。
Yeah, sure. If all our hopes are united, no despair can shake you, huh? Now that I think about it, Nagito said the same thing. The absolute hope that can overcome any despair. He said he was yearning for that. Then the situation we're in might be the thing that Nagito wanted all along. No, never mind. I'm probably overthinking.
ぷぷぷぷぷ。
Okay, sure. Man, my heart was racing like crazy when I thought of the voting time was gonna start, but... Well, if you think about it rationally, there's no way it was gonna happen. We haven't done this bit yet. Most of the players probably figured that out too. You're the only one who didn't know. Isn't that right, Monomi? Hey, how much longer are you planning to sulk? Let's get along like we always do. Alright, you passed. Friendship is measured by how long you can stand in the silence when you're all alone with someone else. Kind of true, actually. So, Monomi and I are the beast of the friends. Don't say such stupid things. I hate you so much right now. Enough! Why do I have to be hated that much? Besides, the fact that you snap at me like that, I don't trust you at all. Not even a teensy tiny 1mm beat. How sad. Distrusting your friend is much more shameful than being betrayed by that friend, you know? We aren't even friends in the first place. Then as your older brother, let me say this. You're not even my brother. It's sad to live a life without friendship. That's even sadder than watching high school rom-com full of guys. Well, women might be excited about that. And fruity people. Maybe. Anyway. Well, there may be some demands for that. Yeah, that's the thing. I fell for it. I totally took the main bait. Sure. Cool. Save. Continue.
私は物見、今から何も言うことはないですけど、とにかく私は誇らしさで胸いっぱいです。一致団結して絶望に立ち向かう皆さんの姿、最高に気がしてます。
Right.
だからこそ、私も戦うです。私は私にしかできない戦いで、あいつに意識をついてみせるです。
で、力を合わせて何から始めるんだ？モノクマファイルに書いてない死因の件からか？
試しに一旦全ての先入観を取り払った上で話し合ってみない？最初からあのやりがち名称になったって前提で話を進めてきちゃったけど、それ以外の可能性を確認しておいた方がいいと思うんだよね。
いろんな可能性って言われてもよ。
Yeah, there's still other possibilities, yeah. Remember that Nagito is the kind of guy that would support the killer if it would bring them excitement towards hope, basically. So Nagito would go as far as to take himself out to support the killer if he thinks that the killer is a beacon of hope that can like make everything work, basically. And us knowing that is kind of like the thing that is like kind of bothering me a little bit, basically.
槍以外で致命傷の可能性があるとすれば、右手のナイフぐらいですけど。
確かにひどい傷だったけど、致命傷にはならないんじゃないか？
それを言ったら両足の刺し傷と左腕の切り傷なんてもっと違うよな。
Yeah.
いきなり打ち止めか？
でも なんかまだ見落としてる可能性があるような気がするんだよね。
Yeah, there's still the objects that he left on his room. Overlooked,
だ
huh?
ったら片っ端から思いつく限りあげてみようぜ。そうすりゃはっきりすんだろ。
そうですよ。こういう時こそ力を合わせましょう。
A fatal wound that wasn't the spear. We don't even know if it actually exists, but if it does, we need to find out what it's no matter what. Okay, make your argument. Torture wounds, okay, let's see. Torture wounds, duct tape, blood on girder, oil lighter, piece of blue paper, Monokuma special poison, and Monokuma file 5.
槍以外の致命傷を考えましょう。
右手のナイフは違うんだよな。それ以外の傷でもないんだよな。
それらの傷を全部まとめて出血多量で死んだってことはねえか。
調子なわけないもんね。
見た目に残らない死因だったのでしょうか。
目立たないってレベルでいいならチョークスリーパーで絞め殺したとか、ボディーブローで内臓破裂とかだな。
想像するだけで嫌な死に方だな。
The real cause of Nagito's death, is there something I overlooked? Yeah, that's the thing.
槍以外の致命傷を考えましょう。
右手のナイフは違うんだよな。
Monokuma special poison.
それ以外の傷でもないんだよな。
それらの傷を全部出血多量で死んだってことはねえか。
調子なわけないもんね。
見た目に残らない死因だったのでしょうか。
Yeah.
それに賛成だ。
It's like he had poison on inside of his fridge.
そうだ、その可能性を忘れてた。
Yeah, it's like something that cannot be seen. What if, like, the Monokuma file specified the cause of death was poison? And if it was poison, and if it was in Nagito's room, would that really be the end of it, basically?
見た目には残らない方法って言えば毒殺って可能性があったよな。
毒殺？確かに見た目には残りませんけど、なぜ急に毒の話が出てくるのですか？
思い出したんだよ。狛江田のコテージを調べに行った時に妙なものを見つけたんだ。そこにあった冷蔵庫の中にモノクマ特製の毒ってのが入ってたんだよ。
毒？
それも毒殺専用の毒だってさ。
Yeah, that's the thing.
そっか、そういえばそうだね。あんな不吉なものが事件に関係してないわけないよね。
Yeah, the fact is, it could have been that he got poisoned, and as his last breath was taking in, like he could have been desensitized to everything, to the point that the cuts didn't even hurt him. I was like, okay, just take me out, spear or something.
もし死因が毒殺だとしたら、狛江田さんの体に直接的な傷は残りませんよ。
ただ毒殺だと体に特徴的な死斑が出ちまう場合が多いけどな。
That is the thing, yeah.
へえ、さすが薬には詳しいんだな。
どういう意味だ。
でもいくら死斑が出たとしても体があれだけ血まみれになってたらさすがに気がつかないよね。
まさか自分の体に傷をつけたのはそれをカモフラージュするためだったのか。
Maybe that's the reason why he stabbed himself, not out of pure cruelty, but out of finding the cause of death.
そういう可能性もあるんじゃないかな。
けどよ、狛江田は両手が塞がってたんだぞ。どうやって毒を飲むんだよ。
Well, obviously you drink it before you do anything, and as the poison takes you, you just do everything.
左手は縛られた上に槍を握ってたし、右手にはナイフが刺さってたんだもんな。
致効性の毒でしたら、その前に飲んでおいた可能性もありますよね。
Yeah, that's the thing.
いや、瓶のラベルにあった注意書きには即効性があるって書いてあったんだ。
Okay, if it's in an instant, then
じゃあ無理だろう。死ぬ直前は両手が塞がってんだからよ。
Where in the trial are we? We figured out that Nagito killed himself, but we are trying to figure out like exactly why he did it and why there's poison like on his room. Like the trial about his suicide was pretty easy, but it's just like after the middle of the trial, it was kind of like, yeah, but like, did he really do it because they killed, like, he wanted to get us all killed, or was there another reason? And that's where we're at the moment. It's just like, we're just like, yeah, but is that really the reason why Nagito did it? And it's like, you kind of have to think about how malicious Nagito is in order for him to get the final verdict on his thing, basically. So yeah, you kind of have to be a little bit more considerate. Oh my fucking god. Also, yeah, Akane Akane belongs to be in horny jail for thinking about third legs or something. Yeah, yeah, just shut up.
そもそもあいつの口はガムテープで塞がれてんだぞ。毒を飲むにしたって口に入れられねえじゃねえか。
He could have put the poison on the duct tape. He could have put the poison on the duct tape and I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, but it's like the Monokuma file would have been very clear about it, but he's omitting it. Yeah. Will the poison enter Nagito's body? The answer is written in on the warning label. I should think carefully and try to remember it. Logic dive. Okay. Sure. Boom. Oh crap. Okay. Question number 1. What state was the poison in when it affected Nagito? Oh, that's the thing. It could have been a gas. Was it a gas? Yeah, it's very likely that it was in a gas state. Yeah. Oh, oops. Okay. Yeah, it was very specific that you could use it in all forms, basically. If I remember correctly. Yeah. Oh crap! Damn it. Okay, speed. Gotta be speedy about this, actually. Okay. Okay, slow here. Slow. 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 Okay, there we go. Cool, cool, cool. Question number 2. How did the poison enter Nagito's body? Through his nose. I mean, if he's in the gas state. Or through his wounds. No, it's through his nose, basically. Like, that's the thing that kind of makes the most sense. And how do you make it into a gas? Through the fire? Maybe that's really the reason, basically. Through his nose.
毒を飲んだわけじゃなくて吸い込んだとは考えられないか？
Yeah, it's like that's the most logical
吸
explanation.
い込んだ？
Yeah.
その毒薬の注意書きに書いてあったんだ。
This enchanted liquid is why is it enchanted? This enchanted liquid is highly potent and takes effect immediately. Please handle it with care. Though its relativity is low, this liquid is very dangerous when vaporized. Yeah, that's the thing.
気化すると危険って気体を吸い込むと危険って意味だよな。
毒ガスか。それなら鼻から吸い込めばいいだけだ。お前だはそれを知ったんだな。
Yeah, that's the thing.
その毒ガスを倉庫の中で吸い込んだってのか？
From the fire, maybe.
倉庫に毒ガスが蔓延してたんならどうして俺らは無事だったんだよ。
The reason we didn't breathe in the poisonous gas, I should be able to explain that myself too. The sprinklers, maybe.
そうか。
It went back into water.
俺たちはあれのおかげで毒ガスを吸わずに済んだんだ。
Yeah, it went from gas to liquid once again because of the water. So there's poison on the floor at this time, basically.
スプリンクラーのおかげで毒ガスが消えたのか？火だけじゃなくて？
Yeah, that's very likely.
ね、これも毒薬の注意書きに書いてあったことなんだけど。
In a gaseous state, it is heavier than air. It breaks down in minutes, and it's susceptible to hydrolysis. So it is possible for you to poison someone to death without any complications. That's the thing.
なるほど、加水分解ですね。
Yeah, that's the thing.
気体になった毒がスプリンクラーの水によって分解されてしまったのですね。
その上、毒ガスが空気より重いらしいから、立ってた私たちには影響しなかったんだろうけど。
Okay, so it's denser than air, and in order for him to die, he needed to be like on the floor in order for the poison to be inhaled.
逆に寝てた狛江田は思いっきり吸い込んじまうってわけだ。
これだけ条件が揃うってことは、きっとただの可能性じゃないんだろうね。
Yeah, that's the thing.
あいつの本当の死因は毒殺だったんだ。
Which means
あいつの全身の傷も腹に刺さった槍も俺たちをその真相から遠ざけるための。
で、どうしたんだよ。
え？
狛江田が毒殺で死んだってのは分かったけどよ。それがどうしたんだ。結局あいつが自殺ってのは変わらねえんだろ。だったらもういいじゃねえかよ。
狛江田は自分が用意した毒を吸って死んだ。自殺ってのはやっぱ一緒だな。
まあこれですっきりしたじゃねえか。本当の死因もはっきりしたことだし。よし、全ての謎は解けたはずだ。安心して投票タイムに入れんだろ。
Fuihiko, why are you too relieved? Actually.
だけど
なんだよ、まだなんかあんのか。
I mean, not all the mysteries have been solved yet. In the end, Nagito's motive is still unclear. That's the thing. Did he commit suicide just so he could kill every last one of us? Was that really his motive? Is that really okay?
おい、どうした？もう迷う必要なんてねえはずだぞ。
Nagito's motive, Nagito's malice. Is this really okay? Can we really finish this here? No, that can't be.
共犯者がいたかも。
That's the thing. It's like, considering how Nagito behaves, I've said it before, he has clearly stated by everyone that he would sacrifice his life if it means achieving a higher state of hope through another one that sees hope within its own eyes. So, if that is the case, you have to consider that he might have used himself as a tool in order for them to assist an actual killer in order for them to actually get ahead. So, the possibilities of making someone delve into the idea that someone killed themselves is a real possibility of the deviation of an intellectual killer that is still out there. So it's kind of like that, basically.
ななみさん、今何とおっしゃったのですか？
狛枝くんが自分で持ち込んだ毒を吸って自殺したんだとしたら、どうしてあの現場にはそれらしきものが残ってなかったのかな。
それらしきもの？
狛枝くんが倉庫に毒薬を持ち込んだなら絶対に残ってなくちゃおかしいはずなのに。
If Nagito really brought poison to the warehouse, then the thing that would have been left behind is the container, I feel.
そうか。それって毒を持ち運ぶための容器のことを言ってるのか？
Yeah, that's the thing. Where would you put the poison?
持ち込んだ狛枝くんが自殺したならどこかにその容器が残ってないと変だよね。
And it's strange that there was like a blue aluminum under his bed, basically.
容器がねえと持ち運べねえのか？
Not necessarily, but I mean, I think it would be important, basically.
それも注意書きに書いてあったんだけど。
Keep this liquid secured by storing it in a cool place in a glass or plastic container away from sunlight.
そんなのあん時の火事で燃えちまっただけだろ。
プラスチックかガラスの容器なんだよ。跡形もなくなるまでは燃えないよ。
That's the thing.
同じプラスチックで作られた消火弾の容器だってちゃんと破片が残ってたのにさ。
And that is a key component of the whole situation, because apparently one of the students was like, "Hey, isn't it strange that I remember that there was more fire extinguishing tools for us at our disposal, and there's only like fire grenades in here. What if the fire grenades were the poison?" And is that really a possibility?
じゃあ誰かがその容器を処分したってことか。
それで共犯者か。
そんなのありえませんって。
Is Nagito malicious enough to be like, how can I make every single one of them kill me without them being consensual about it? That could be a possibility, actually. That is like, okay, we know that there are fire grenades that are there to extinguish a fire, cause a fire, make them be the killer, everyone be the killers, while he's innocent because he committed suicide.
だって共犯者なんていくらなんでも。
つかそれすらどっちでもよくないですか。だって共犯者がいたところで狛枝が自殺したのは変わらねえわけだし。
That's the thing.
そうだな。誰かが間違って現場から持ち出しただけかもしれねえしな。
But what if, okay, let's hear this out for a moment. There's this other option. Nagito did all this, set up all the killing things, and it's like, what if for some reason everybody becomes the Blackened in some way by forcing kind of like a mass killing from all the students, put some poison inside of the fire grenades attempting to help him, but also involuntarily killing him in the process while trying to figure out a mystery about a suicide. While I sacrifice myself, a bigger shape of hope will take place because of my actions. everybody becomes vacant, everybody got away with murder, so there's nobody else to execute anymore because everybody killed Nagito, and they just don't know that they killed Nagito in that regard, basically. So that's a very real possibility, actually.
ああ、そうか。そうだよな。そうに決まってるよな。
あ、そろそろ一件落着でいいんじゃね？もうどんでん返しなんていらねえって。
I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to get hurt anymore by hurting someone else. Everyone's tired of doubting everyone else. I also feel that way. That's why I want to just rule this as Nagito's suicide. If I do that, nobody here has to get hurt. But
それじゃあダメなんだ。
は？
あいつに狛枝に見透かされてる気がするんだよ。誰も犠牲にしたくないって理由で一番楽な狛枝の自殺ってだけで終わらせる。もしここに狛枝がいたらきっと今の俺たちをあざけ笑うはずだ。君たちの希望なんてその程度だったんだねってな。
狛枝くんのゴーストがささやいちゃうんですね。うぷぷ、死んだ仲間の友情パワーが炸裂なんていかにも少年漫画的で熱くなる展開だよね。まあやっぱり歪んでるけどね。うるさい、本当に黙ってて。
てめえの言いてえことはわかるけどよ。結局さっきの死因の件と一緒だろ。その容器の謎が判明したところで結論は何も変わらねえんだ。
だって自殺なのは一緒なんだもんな。
もし共犯者がいたとしてもわざわざ暴く必要があるのですか？さっきクズリュウさんがおっしゃったように誰かが間違えて持ち出しただけかもしれませんし。
でも真実から目を背けてそれで終われるとは思えないんだ。
yeah, well,
もういいじゃねえか。知らねえ方がいいことだってあんだよ。
that's the thing. Is like in this situation, ironically, it is okay to be wrong. Actually, if that's the truth, basically, because if Nagito set everything up, set up the fire grenades with the poison, and get the fire going so that they would throw the poison and it becomes in a gaseous state because of the warmth of the room, and he just dies out of the poison, it just means that the killers are everyone in this room, but the death game just ends because everyone's blackened, everyone's kind of responsible for Nagito's death, and everybody got away with murder except Nagito, basically. So if that's a possibility, I feel like that's the thing. Is like it could be that that's the thing. It's like it's one of the rare situations where not finding out every detail might be beneficial, just because, like, specifically, like the main objective might be what Nagito wanted and the most positive outcome, but it's still kind of messed up a little bit in his twisted mind of hope in some way or the other.
それに俺らが気づかなかっただけかもしれねえだろ。ほら、容器が消火弾の破片に紛れてたせいとか。
That's exactly what I thought. That's the thing. What is this feeling just now? Even though it was brief. It was like a strong flash of light running through the back of my head. Maybe what Akane said just now might be a new clue. From there, I might be able to reach the answer. The way Nagito brought the poison, which means the thing he used to as a container was fire grenades. Is gonna be like that. Yeah, it's gonna be fire grenades. Oh fuck. Oh my fucking god, I don't have HP for this shit. Fire. Oops. Oops, god damn it. I need HP for this shit. Okay. Okay, let's do this again. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's do this again. Yep, sure. Okay, there we go. Once again. I hate when you just don't get the letter you need. Yeah, that's the thing, really. It's really annoying. Fire. Oh, god damn it. Fire. Good. Breathe. Need this fire grenade. Yeah, sure. So yeah, that's what I'm assuming that happened. Basically, it's.
そうだ。わかったぞ。消火弾だよ。お前らは毒を消火弾の容器に入れて倉庫まで持ち運んだんだ。
消火弾の容器を使ったのか？
Yeah, that makes sense.
そもそも毒が入れられてた容器は誰かにこっそり持ち出されたわけじゃなくて、最初から持ち出す必要のない容器だったんだ。
Yeah, basically.
倉庫に持ち込む際にあれと同じ容器に入れておけば。
And this actually makes sense. It's like he has the gas mask and everything under his bed, so he could have premeditatively put on the gas mask and be like, hey, this is the thing that you can use to actually kill me. So if you actually do try to save me, you actually end up killing me. So yeah, that's the thing. It's like fire extinguisher heater. There you go. Here's the weapon so you can actually finish me off. And I'll set up something so it looks like a suicide. And everyone's free to go, basically.
俺たちが使った他の消火弾と紛れるから後で容器を処分しなくても済むはずだ。
Yeah, that's the thing.
あいつ、俺らが消火弾を投げるのはお見通しだったのかよ。
Yeah.
ということは、狛枝さんは消火弾の中身を入れ替えたのですか？
ああ、そのはずだ。
私は最初にあの消火弾を見つけた時、少し調べておいたのですが、あの容器は蓋の下にさらにアルミで厳重に蓋をされていたはずです。
そんなの蓋を剥がして中身を入れ替えればいいだけじゃねえのか？
それはそうなのですが、ただ給湯室には入れ替えた痕跡なんて。
ちょっと待て、アルミの蓋だって。
日向くん、それってもしかして。
Yeah.
だとしたら間違いない。やっぱり狛枝は消火弾の中身を入れ替えたんだ。
だからそれはねえってソニアさんが言ったばっかじゃねえかよ。
Okay, but what if it was only one grenade? Then it means that there's an unintentional black end out of everyone. So that kind of makes it a little bit more difficult because it's like only one definite lucky student would throw the grenade that has the poison and make him the technical killer out of a situation, and not necessarily a suicide yeah, that's the thing, basically. That's the semantics of the situation, basically.
そのソニアさんの言葉が根拠になるんだよ。毒薬と消化弾が入れ替えられたってことだね。
Yeah, that's the thing. Sonia's words contain a clue that the contents... Wait. A clue that the contents of a fire grenade were swapped with the poison.
これで証明できる。
Yeah, this thing.
見てくれ。狛枝のコテージを調べたとき、ベッドの下からこんなものを見つけたんだ。
ただのゴミじゃねえか。
いえ、ただのゴミではなさそうです。私が見た消火弾の蓋もそれと同じような青いアルミでした。消火弾の口に蓋をしてたアルミが狛枝の部屋に落ちてたのか。
それにね、狛枝くんの部屋から見つかったのはそれだけじゃないんだ。
Yeah.
アルミの紙くずが落ちてたベッドの下からガスマスクとか手袋なんかも見つかったんだよ。
それって毒を消火弾の容器に入れるときに使ったのか？
And there's also a real possibility that it was only one fire grenade. And it was not every single one of them. Because if it was one single fire grenade, and if there was an accomplice in that particular setting, it can potentially mean that in the game of Monokuma, the one person that could have known that a fire grenade is full of poison is the blackened one. And if that is the case, then it just means that there's intent behind the killing, actually. So, if there's intent in that killing, it just means that everybody else gets fucked.
危険な毒だからな。入れ替えの際に細心の注意を払ったんだろう。
だからどうしたんだよ。狛枝が消火弾の容器に入れて持ち込んだ毒薬を自分で吸って死んだんだろ。結局あいつは自殺じゃねえか。だったらもういいじゃねえか。
Kazuichi, you're getting a little bit agitated.
それもそうだよな。
Yeah.
容器を処分してねってことはさ、やっぱ共犯者なんていなかったってことだしな。
ほら見ろ。やっぱ結論は同じじゃねえか。狛枝は自殺。それで決まりなんだよ。
確かに共犯者っていうのは私の勘違いだね。そんな人なんていなかったんだよ。
But can you really say that?
そうですよね。
それよりもっと恐ろしい真実だったんだよ。
もっと恐ろしい真実だと？
Yeah, that's option number one. Option number two is that there's an actual accomplice, and the actual accomplice actually knew which grenade it was, making him the intentional killer without everyone knowing that they're actually doing something by exactly doing the same thing that everyone else is doing. Or option number three, it's the Russian roulette with a bunch of fire grenades. That's option number three. That is like, there's no accomplice, there's no nothing, it's still suicide, but not really, because it means that somebody won the Russian roulette of the fire grenades, making them the unintentional killer of Nagito Komaeda, basically.
今度は何を言い出すつもりだ。
Yeah.
なんだよ。まだ続ける気かよ。
So yeah, that's the possibility. Number one possibility is that every single canister had poison. The second option, and making everyone effectively the blackened. The second option, there's an accomplice, and the accomplice knew that there was a canister with poison, and that would be the trigger of the murder, making it accomplice with Nagito Komaeda. And the third option is the Russian roulette option. So I mean, I don't know actually. How would the third option is the most confusing one because I don't know if Monokuma would set someone as the blackened, even although that they didn't want to be the blackened, because there's no intent of killing. So that's the thing.
さすがにもういいんじゃないですか。駒枝さんが自殺なのは間違いありませんし。
よくないよ。
ななみ？
ごめんね。でも気づいちゃったんだよ。
Yeah.
気づいたって何にだ？
駒枝くんが毒の持ち運びに消火弾の容器を使ったのは分かったけど、だったらそれが持ち込まれたのはいつなのかな。駒枝くんはその毒をいつ吸い込んだのかな。そう考えてたら気づいちゃったんだよね。
それが恐ろしい真実ってやつか？
多分それは同時に行われたんだよ。
Yeah, it's like the spear didn't kill him, the poison killed him, and as he lost the grip of his strength, as he was dying, the spear just went off and just impaled him, making him like suicide or something. The moment the fire grenades were brought and the moment Nagito breathed the poison were the same? Will that same moment be? Yeah. Yeah.
もしかして俺たちが消火弾を投げた時か？
Yeah, that's the thing.
そうだと思う。
That's when he died.
私たちが倉庫の火事を消火しようとして
It
みんな
became
で消火弾を投げた時、
it became vapor. That vapor killed Nagito. Nagito lost strength. The spear fell through his stomach. And he was dead even before the spear even hit him.
毒は倉庫に持ち込まれ、そして毒ガスとなって駒枝くんを襲った。
だとすると毒を持ち込んだのもその毒を撒いたのも
俺たちの中の誰かってことになる。
Yeah.
なんだよそれ。
So somebody won the Russian roulette.
この中の誰かが毒入りの消火弾を投げて駒枝を殺したってのか。
Or hopefully it's just the fact that every grenade had a little bit of poison, in which case, yeah, well, that makes it bad.
ちょっと待てよ。だったら駒枝は
自殺じゃないってことになるね。
Yep.
なんだよそれ。言ったじゃねえか。狛枝は自殺だって言ったじゃねえか。
それなら駒枝を殺したのは誰なの？
誰が真犯人なのかってことだね。
That's the thing.
駒枝くんを毒殺した毒入り消火弾を用意したのって誰だったっけ？
Huh? The person who prepared the poison fire grenade was... It was Nagito, right?
そうか。そんなの狛枝だろ。その話はさっきしたばっかりじゃないか。
じゃあその毒入り消火弾を投げるきっかけになった倉庫の火事を仕組んだのは誰だっけ？
Technically speaking, that would make Akane the... No, because he set up the fire.
それも狛枝だろ。
おい、同じこと何回聞いてんだよ。
What if that's Nagito's game where he's like, okay, yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, here is the thing. In a world where the killer becomes who becomes the killer in that situation? The one that knocked open the door in order for them to trigger a trap and get everything walking. Was it the person that threw the grenade? or was it the person that actually like set up the suicide machine? Or who was it exactly? Because if you think about it, you can say that somebody accidentally killed someone if they did so, actually. And it's like, okay, well...
次が最後だよ。今までの事実を踏まえた上で、狛江田くんが倉庫に放火した理由は？
He didn't. There isn't anything to set the warehouse on fire. To make someone throw the poison, basically.
そうか。
That's the thing.
もしかしてあいつは俺たちに消火弾を投げさせるために倉庫に放火したのか？
That's the thing. So who is the one? Is like
火を消させるために火をつけたってのか？なんでそんなことを？
罠だったんだよ。
罠？
毒を用意したのも、毒を投げるきっかけを作ったのも、何もかも狛江田くんの仕業だった。全部私たちの誰かに毒入り消火弾を投げさせるための罠だったんだよ。
だからその誰かってのは誰なんだよ。
and who would know that
そ
actually?
れはわからない。きっと投げた本人にさえわからないんだよ。
As far as we know.
まさかそれが狛江田の罠なのか？
これは誰かが故意に行った殺人じゃない。狛江田にやらされた殺人だったんだ。そのためにあいつは中身を毒に入れ替えた消火弾をあの中に紛れ込ませておいたんだ。
Oh, don't tell me that is that lonely one. Oh yeah, it has to be that lonely one.
誰にもわからない犯人を仕立て上げること、それが狛江田の本当の目的だったんだ。
なんだそりゃ。
That's insane, actually. That actually does put Nagito in such a weird light,
自殺
actually.
ではなく他人を使って自分を他殺させたと？
Ah.
そのために狛江田くんは誰かに自分を殺させるための罠を仕掛けた。
Yeah, and it's like the possibility is just that that's a Russian roulette at that point. Kind of, it's like if they didn't know who, then who did it, actually.
毒入り消火弾もあの火事も罠。火元をカーテンに選んだのだってそう。
I mean, in the normal setting, we would all agree that it's probably just a suicide. But in the Monokuma world where that's... yeah, that's weird, actually. So...
あそこで私たちがカーテンに向かって投げた消火弾はどれも床に落ちてから割れていた。そのおかげで床に仰向けになった狛江田くんは空気より重い毒ガスを効率よく吸えたんだろうね。そして
待てや、そういうことならその毒が死因とは言い切れねえだろう。
That's the thing. Maybe that's why the common Monokuma file is ambiguous this time. It's just like, yeah, we don't actually know what actually killed him. It could have been the poison, it could have been the spear, it could have been everything. Could have been the bleeding, could have been everything. Could have been all at once. But that they all came into play? Yeah, sure, that is true.
槍を握ってた手を離したのは毒のせいかもしれねえが、直接の死因がどっちだったかなんて。
Yeah.
だとしても槍を落とすきっかけになったのはその毒薬だったわけだから。
そうですね。その毒薬を吸わせた人物が狛江田くんを殺した犯人となりますね。
マジかよ。
Then that under Monokuma's rules, it means that somebody won the Russian roulette of the killer setting.
それがあ いつの罠だったんだ。
Yeah, because in Monokuma World, there's still a killer.
自分の全身を執拗に傷つける自殺すらこの真相の偽装工作にしか過ぎなかったんだ。あいつの本当の目的は誰にもわからない犯人を作り上げること。
Yeah, that's the thing.
推理だけではどうしようもない謎を俺たちに突きつけることだったんだ。
きっと自殺が偽装工作だとバレることまでは彼も想定してたんじゃないかな。
Yeah, that's the thing.
解くことができる謎は結局解かれる運命にあるからね。けど彼はその先に解くことができない謎を用意しておいたんだよ。
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just...
謎を解いていき希望を積み上げていったところで巨大な謎を叩きつける。解けない謎はないと思い込んでるお前らはそこで勝ってない絶望を味わうことになる。つまりあいつは今までの学級裁判の展開自体を自分のトリックの布石にしてたんだね。全ての謎が解けるとは限らない。小前田君らしいひねくれたトリックだね。
めちゃくちゃだ。そんなのめちゃくちゃだろ。
That's such a negative thing to do, actually.
私のせいです。消火弾があるなんて言い出してしまったせいで。
And that's the thing. He's going to overwhelm everyone with a little bit of guilt.
申し訳ありません。私を犯人にしてください。
そういう問題じゃねえだろ。
ソニアさん悪くないっすよ。きっとそれもお前だの悪巧みのせいっす。
Because you can even argue that I kind of had a little bit to do with it because she knocked over the panels in order for this fire to start, which would be the beginning of everything. So
で俺らはどうすりゃいいんだ。
I feel like that was his
どうやって
intent as
犯人
well,
を突き止めればい
potentially.
いんだ。無理だ。無理。その判断のつかない状況こそが狛江田の狙いだったんだ。だからもう。
ですけど犯人がわからないのは小野熊さんだって一緒ですよね。
That I'm not so sure about.
そうだ。あんな監視カメラ程度でそこまではっきりと分かるわけねえって。このクマが分かんねえなら裁判は無効だ。なあ、そうだろ。
あのね、監視カメラがどうとかそんなせこい話ではなくてですね。
Okay.
僕にはこの島のどこで何が起きてるか手に取るように分かるんですわ。実際
Sure.
ソニアさんは昨日は3回もトイレに行ったよね。そのうち1回は大きい方の。
Okay, that's a little bit creepy, let's be honest.
やめてください。先に行けなくなってしまいます。
なんでそんな羨ましいじゃなくてとんでもな能力があるんだよ。
というわけなのでもちろん裁判は無効じゃありません。頑張って犯人を当ててください。
Goddamn Russian roulette.
当てろって言われても方法もねえのにどうやって当てろっつうんだ。
It's like
諦めるしないのですか？
諦めるのはまだ早いよ。
あるのか？犯人を突き止める方法が。
なんとなくだけど、もしかしたらそうなんじゃないかって可能性が一つだけあるかも。
okay, shoot, because I'm a little bit clueless.
本当か？
さ、もう一度最初から狛江田君の犯行を振り返ってみてもいい？なんとなく浮かんだ私のアイデアが本当に正しいかちゃんと確かめてみたいんだ。だから日向君、お願い。
That's right, it doesn't mean the trial is over yet. Even though I don't know who killed Nagito, it should be clear what kind of trap he set. Then I have to do it, even if it leads to despair.
分かった。じゃあやるぞ。
Okay. Okay. What is inside Nagito's refrigerator? Okay. Poison. Right before switching the poison. What's placed inside the break room? What's beyond the Monokuma panel? His whole body wasn't tied up. How did he support the spear? In order to hurt himself. Oh wait. Oops. Oh, that's the thing. That goes there. And I get this message. What's beyond the Monokuma panel? How did he support the spear in order to hurt himself? Okay, the reason we went to the warehouse was because of his video, basically. And then he had, okay, wait. Okay. Okay, this is where it's supposed to be, over here. His whole body wasn't tied up. But it's beyond the Monokuma panel. The fire. Okay, so we go over here. Okay. Where's this? Oh. Nope, not this one. This one. How did he support the spear? Oh, wait. Okay. The fire happened. The poison got released. What made the spear fall? Okay. So yeah, maybe technically speaking, everyone is a killer, basically. How did he okay? How did he support the spear that way, holding the rope, the counterweight, and everything? Okay. In order to hurt himself, he put some duct tape. Okay, he set up that. So yeah, I mean, technically speaking, if Nagito was smart enough, he could have been like, hey, everybody's a killer because everybody threw a grenade or something. Which... but made the spear fall, and that's what happened, basically.
今回の事件を仕組んだ張本人は 被害者だった狛江田自身だったんだ。あいつはその計画のために必要なあるものを自分のコテージに隠し持っていた。オクタゴンから持ち出していたモノクマ特製の毒だ。狛江田はその毒を軍事施設にあった手袋とガスマスクを身につけた上で、ぬいぐるみ工場の給湯室から持ってきた消火弾の中身と入れ替えたんだ。その際にあるものが証拠として残った。それが消火弾の青いアルミの蓋だったんだ。そうやって毒薬入り消火弾を完成させた狛江田はそれを手に工場へと向かい、
Right, so he did that.
給湯室に大量に置いてあった消火弾の中にそれを戻したんだ。そして翌朝、俺たちの前に現れた狛江田は爆弾を別の場所に隠したと告げると、
Right.
俺たちにその爆弾を探させている隙に自分はグッズ倉庫へと向かった。そこで狛江田は放火の仕掛けのためにモノクマのパネルをドアから一直線に並べた先のカーテンの前に火をつけたオイルライターを置いたんだ。そ
Yeah.
こから狛江田は自分が考えた狂気的な計画を実行していくんだ。まずネズミ以上から持ってきた槍の鞭の部分を天井の梁に通し、グッズ倉庫の奥に結びつけておいたロープで自分の手足を縛っていった。
Uh
ただ
huh.
しそのロープのうちの一つだけは事前に焼き切ってあったんだ。そうやって両手両足が縛られたと偽装しつつ右腕だけを自由な状態にしておいた狛江田は、
Right.
天井の梁を通した鞭の先端をしっかりと左手に握らせておいた上で、ぶら下がる槍の下で仰向けの状態になったんだ。
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like,
狛江田の狂気的な計画はそこからが本番だった。あいつは普通じゃ考えられない行動を実行していった。まず自分の口をガムテープで塞いで悲鳴を上げてしまわないようにしてから、
yeah, it's like he was planning to be injured as fuck. By injuring himself.
自分の左腕や両足の太ももを次々とナイフで傷つけていったんだ。
Yeah.
そして最後に
Then he stabbed his own hand.
ぬいぐるみに固定したナイフに自分から右手を突き刺したんだ。両手両足を封じられた上に拷問されて死んだんだと俺たちに思い込ませるためにだ。
Yeah, that's the thing.
それでも狛江田はまだ槍を手放さなかった。あいつの計画はまだ終わりじゃない。むしろここからが本番だったんだ。その頃
Motherfucker.
俺たちはぬいぐるみ工場でようやく狛江田のメッセージにたどり着いていた。
Okay, yeah, yeah, sure.
そのメッセージを見た俺たちはすぐにグッズ倉庫に向かったんだけど、それは狛江田の思惑通りだった。
Yeah, it's like,
そこでドアを開けたことがきっかけとなってドミノ倒しのトリックが作動し、
it's like if you think about it, who's the intentional killer in that setting? I mean, no, the unintentional killer in that setting. It's like, it could have been Akane because she started the domino effect. Could have been the uninvoluntary throw of the grenade. Could have been Nagito. I mean, intellectually, if you think about it, it's Nagito, but like,
そのまま薄暗い倉庫の中を倒れていったパネルはライターを倒し、そしてカーテンに火をつけた。
Yeah.
突然の火事に驚いた俺たちはすぐに工場の給湯室から消火弾を持ってきた。そしてその消火弾を火元のカーテンめがけて次々と投げつけたんだ。その消火弾の中に狛枝が用意した毒薬入り消火弾があるなんて考えもせずにな。地面に落ちた毒薬は炎の熱で気化し、その周囲に充満していった。
Right.
毒ガスはすぐにカーテンの裏側にいた狛枝の元まで届いた。しかもモノクマ特製の毒は気化すると空気より重くなる性質があったから、床に仰向けに寝ていた狛枝の付近はその毒ガスですっかり充満していたはずだ。
Right.
そこで即効性のある毒を吸い込んでしまった狛枝は即死じゃないまでも気を失い、
He dropped it.
そして左手に握っていた槍の鞭を手放し、落下してきた槍によって腹部を貫かれてしまったんだ。これが狛枝の仕組んだ計画の全てだ。あいつの本当の目的は俺たちの中の誰かを犯人に仕立て上げることだった。
That's the thing, but it's like
その誰かは今となってはわからない。それは犯人でさえ自覚していない犯人なんだ。
yeah, that's
い
the
くら
thing.
推理しても決してたどり着けない真相、それが狛枝の罠だったんだ。
Yeah, who was the killer in that setting?
犯人を決められないこの結末こそが
Yeah, that's the thing, really.
これが狛枝が仕組んだ罠の真相ってことになるはずだ。
But what do you do in this situation? What do you do? It's like why it just becomes a matter of like how twisted and sick is Monokuma to think who is the one responsible, and does his game keep going, or does he actually follow rules of the intent in that regard, basically? Because if you follow the rules of intent, then Nagito is wholly responsible. But if we're talking about a psycho bear that kills everything and wants people to kill each other, and the Russian roulette thing might be actually a thing, so in that sense, it would be appropriate if Nagito actually filled every single grenade with poison instead of just one. Because if he didn't, it just means that there's a killer that had no intent and is just sitting here.
どうなんだナナミ、犯人を突き止める方法ってのが使えそうか？
ナナミさん、
やっぱ無理なのかよ。
適当に投票するしかねえってことか？
今の話はどれも当たってると思う。だからこそちょっと疑問に思ったんだけど、本当に犯人は誰でもよかったのかな？
That's the thing. Huh?
前に狛枝くんが言ってたよね。
It's going to be fine. I'm pretty sure everything will work out in the end. After all, there's no way hope can lose. Absolute hope that can break through any despair can never lose in a place like this. And not only that, I believe in you all. I believe in the time we spent together.
彼のトリックの根幹を担っているのはその信じるって気持ちだったんだよ。私たちならきっと消火弾に気づいてくれるはず。私たちならきっと消火活動を始めてくれるはず。私たちならきっと罠に落ちてくれるはず。狛枝くんはそうやって私たちを信じることで命がけのトリックを実行に移したんだよ。
何が信じるだよ。
それがどうしたんだ？
ほら、もう一つあったよね。駒枝くんが心の底から信じてたものがさ。
Yeah, that's the
それを
thing.
思い出してほしいんだ。
What now you believe in? His talent.
そうか。
He's the ultimate lucky student, basically.
あいつが信じてたのは、あいつが持つ超高校級の幸運の才能だ。
Right. After all the time we spent together, I believe in you guys. And more than anything, I believe in my ultimate luck. So it is definitely going to be alright.
最後の最後に信じられんのは自分の才能しかねえってことだったのかな。
Yes.
別に珍しいことじゃねえだろ。ここにいるほとんどのやつがそうなんだ。
Right.
ただ、彼の場合は特にそれが顕著だったよね。ほとんど盲信的ってレベルじゃなかった？
そうだな。ドッキリハウスでファイナルデッドルームをクリアした時だってそうだ。
It wasn't life-threatening at all. It was just a little escape game that ended up with some Russian roulette. Russian roulette? It's a game where you load one bullet in a gun, spin the cylinder, point it towards you, and pull the trigger. So, you really did it. So that's how you're supposed to play it. So it would have been fine if I'd only used one bullet, huh? I guess it was just as Monomi said. Huh? I misunderstood and thought I had to take one bullet out of the cylinder. So that's how I did it. You only had 1 in 6 chance of surviving. But I'm still alive. After all, the only good thing about me is how lucky I am. And he did the same thing when the first killing happened in the old building near the hotel. He depended on his luck and was able to get cleaning duty just as he wanted. That's right, I just trusted my luck. I trusted I'd be picked for cleaning duty. You're just relying on luck? It's not just luck, it's true my talent is trash, but I'm still the ultimate lucky student, you know? Huh? I'm left with the red mark? For someone called the ultimate lucky student, you sure don't seem very lucky right now. At the time, Hajime said I wasn't lucky, but it was actually the opposite. I was lucky. That's why I got picked for cleaning duty, just like I wanted.
でも、あいつの運がどうしたんだ？今回の事件とは何も関係してないよな。
I mean, you have to consider the perspective of luck in his eyes. It's like, okay, so let's say for a second that you're the ultimate lucky student, right? It's like, if somehow you become the ultimate lucky student and everything is lucky to you, there is going to be some mental strain on you. Fun fact, this is the only case in the franchise where the killer would be completely not legally liable, technically. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, in the field of law, technically speaking, nobody's liable in this, actually. It's like, you would say, like, it's suicide or something, because there's no intent of anything, basically. That there's no intent on the end road, basically. There's no intent of killing, basically. There's just intent of, like, breaking Monokuma's game in some shape or the other, basically.
何も関係してないのが変だと思ってさ。
Yeah, that's the thing. Huh?
私たちを信じる気持ちをトリックに組み込んでおいて、自分の運は組み込まないなんて。
Right.
そんなわけなかったんだよ。だってあの駒枝くんだもんね。
あいつは何をしたんだ？
あのね、誰でもよかったわけじゃないんだよ。
No, he wasn't out for anyone in particular.
彼にはちゃんと標的がいたんだよ。犯人に仕立て上げようと狙っている標的がね。
標的って誰だよ？
その正体が誰なのかは駒枝くん自身にもわからない。彼はそこで 超高校級の幸運という才能に頼り、その運を自分の計画に取り込んだんだよ。
So if we go under the logic of fate, it just means that there's an individual out there who got the lucky grenade and it's actually the traitor. So let's just say in the universe where Nagito is the luckiest student that there is, and his luck becomes a part of like some play, basically. If we consider that, it means that the ultimate lucky student will be lucky enough to find out who the traitor is by setting the grenade, basically, out of randomness. I was like, he's just going to rely on RNG at that point.
自分の幸運があれば、狙った標的が毒入り消化弾を手にするはずだと信じて。
And it's like, it's a system of belief beyond anything.
運任せの計画ってことですか？
Yeah, but probably.
そんなもんに命を懸けたってのか。
運任せだからこそ命を懸けたんじゃないのかな。超高校級の幸運である彼としてはね。
Right.
それって誰なんだ？お前だが狙ってた標的って誰なんだ？
No, I don't even have to ask. I should already know what the answer is. I mean,
そうか。
it's a traitor, basically.
そうか。裏切り者だな。お前だは裏切り者を狙ってたんだな。
But here's the thing. Chances are that Nagito was the traitor, actually. But chances are that he didn't know that he was a traitor as well.
じゃああいつは裏切り者をあぶり出すために自分の運を頼ったってのか。
前田君は最後まで裏切り者の正体を知らなかった。だから自分の運を頼るしかなかったんだよ。
じゃああいつがビデオメッセージで言ってたのは。
It won't work with just any student's handbook. If you want to disarm that bomb, you have to use that traitor student handbook. To be honest, I found out who the traitor was after secretly monitoring everyone's activity. But I was a little annoyed that they never came forward.
ふっとりってことかよ。
Yeah, he was just bluffing, basically.
そうだろうね。あの時点でもう彼の計画は動き出してたはずだから。
Yeah, then it's just as Nagito said at the beginning. His purpose was to weed out the traitor. If we just believe in what Nagito said, he would have reached the answer much quicker. The reason this took so damn long, was it really because we didn't believe in him?
けど裏切り者をあぶり出すだけなら何も犯人に仕立て上げなくてもいいじゃねえか。さあ、おかげで俺らは大ピンチだぞ。
Right?
裏切り者を乗り越えてみせろってことだろ。
裏切り者の正体を暴いて、その絶望を乗り越えてこそ、俺らの希望は輝く。
And that is the psychology of Nagito Komaeda, where he cares of hope beyond his own life. So,
あいつの言いそうなことだな。
yep, that's the thing.
モノミちゃん、言いたいことがあるみたいだけど黙っててね。
以上で私の推理は終わりだよ。狛枝くんの計画は裏切り者に自分を殺させること。どうする？みんなは私の推理を信じる？
Yeah. He relied on his luck to aim for a target, but he didn't even know who he was aiming for. It sounds way too unbelievable to actually have happened, but
信じるしかないだろう。
信じなきゃ今度はこっちが産んだよりで投票する羽目になっちまうもんな。
yes.
でも信じたからってどうすりゃいいんだ？だってその裏切り者がわかんねえんだったら投票のしようがねえじゃねえか。
そうですよね。今さら名乗り出てくるとは考えにくいですし。
もしあの爆弾騒ぎの時にさ、 裏切り者が名乗り出てたらどうなってたのかな。前田くんもあんな無茶まではしなかったのかな。でもね、仕方ないんだよ。名乗り出たくてもできなかったんだよ。だってそんな風にはできてないから。
ななみ
Nagito is maybe the most interesting character in this franchise, maybe only one upped by a guy next game. Yeah, Nagito is like really interesting. I actually like. I don't want to say that I 100% gets his logic, because he's malice incarnate in some way or the other, basically. Like, but I understand where he's coming from. Like, you can do some really stupid things that can be looked at people from the outside and call you stupid, but that's the game that you're playing with him, basically. It's just like you make the person expect basically how you're gonna act. If you act crazy, people will expect that you will act crazy at that point. So in that sense, you kind of have to play the part until some kind of valid information comes out. And just being sabotaging the entire ship just becomes this kind of deal where it's just like I became a wrench in the system that fell in, a tool that fell into the system and started breaking down the entire system down just because of my sheer stupidity of whatever the fuck I'm saying, basically. And it's like that kind of made us realize that there are more problems than the problem that I'm already creating, basically. So, in a sense, I do get Nagito in some way. I wouldn't necessarily do it the same way that Nagito did it, but I get his perspective and his test of luck and fate in some way or the other. Because, in some way, he is right within his own character to do that, in order for him to reach the truth of getting out of the island in that point, basically. But it's just like it's just like in particular, Nagito is just, he takes it a little bit step forward and he's like, yeah, let me test my skills, let me test my own strength, let me test everything, if everything is true. If I'm the ultimate lucky student, let's put that to the test. If this fucker went as far to did this, let's put that to the test. Let's test everything that is in front of us. Even if I have to act like a fool, I will test it. I was like, that is such an interesting character concept in some way or the other, basically. Yeah. Chiaki.
どうしたんですか、ナナミさん。しっかりしてください。
Yeah, he's interesting. Yeah, definitely.
だからね、私はみんなに当ててもらいたいんだ。
当ててもらいたい？
当ててもらいたいんだ。
それどういう意味だよ？
日向くんは誰だと思う？未来機関の一員としてみんなの中に送り込まれた裏切り者って誰だと思う？
なんで？
みんなとは違うってことに疑問を持つことすら許されず、
なんでだよ。
裏切り者としてしかみんなと接することができなかった。
なんでなんだよ。
その人はそういう存在だから、そういう存在としてしか存在できないから。
だからなんで？
裏切り者って誰だと思う？日向くん、お願い。
It's like, ironically, I mean, what do I do here? Huh?
そうだったのか。
Is it you?
ナナミ、お前が裏切り者の正体だったのか。
ちょっと待ってください。
ああ、正解されちゃった。
Wait, what?
さすがだね。うん、大正解だよ。
Huh?
あのね、裏切り者って私なんだ。みんなの中に混じってた未来機関の人間ってね、私のことなんだ。
Damn it! Why? This is... I mean, this nonsense is... Why? Why doesn't this make sense?
おいナナミ、マジで言ってんのか。
Why?
ナナミさんが裏切り者だなんて嘘ですよね。冗談ですよね。
I mean, she's a weird one, actually.
本当なんだ。
おい、なんで謝んだよ。
どういうことだよ。おめえは今まで俺らを騙してたのか。
Right?
騙されてなんていませんよ。だってずっと一緒に頑張ってきたじゃないですか。ずっと助け合ってきたじゃないですか。ナナミさんが裏切り者だなんて、未来機関なんて恐ろしい組織の一員だなんて、そんなの嘘に決まってます。
Right.
待ってください。未来機関が皆さんが思ってるような組織じゃ。
なんでの、俺はナナミと話してんだよ。
話すことなんてもうないよ。
なんでだよ。
だってもう犯人もその正体も分かったことだし、だからあとは投票タイムだけだよ。
待てよ、俺はまだ納得してねえぞ。
あ
Right.
なたが裏切り者だとおっしゃるなら、ちゃんと納得のいく説明をしてください。納得しないまま投票なんてできないってさっきナナミさんも言ってたじゃないですか。
Right.
なあ、おめえが本当に裏切り者ならどうして自分から名乗り出るような真似をしたんだ。
おかしいよな。いきなりこのタイミングで名乗り出てくるなんてよ。
確かにおかしいよね。むしろどうして私にそんなことができたんだろうね。多分どうしてもみんなを守りたかったからかな。
Okay, but that doesn't explain a lot of things, actually. Huh?
ねえひなたくん、ちょっと頼んでもいいかな。
頼む？俺に？
私が裏切り者だってことを証明してほしいんだ。
何言ってんだよ。なんで俺がそんなことを。
何もかも話してあげたいんだけどさ、やっぱりそうはいかないんだよね。だからお願いするしかないんだ。私は君にお願いしたいんだよ。君ならきっとそれを証明できるはずだから。
できるとかできないの問題じゃない。分かってるのかよ。そんなの自分を殺してって言ってるのと同じだぞ。
Yes, that's the thing.
そんなの
I
俺に
mean,
できっこないだろう。
本当にごめんね。でもこれしか方法がないんだ。だからお願い。
やるだけやってみるしかねえみてえだな。そいつが裏切り者だなんて信じたわけじゃねえが、確かめねえわけにもいかねえもんな。
いっそのこと化けの皮でも剥がれてくれたら俺らも納得できるんだけど。
化けの皮なんかありませんよ。だってナナミさんは裏切り者なんかじゃないもん。
モノミちゃん。
へへへ、お会いにくちゃまでしたね。
okay.
私はね、そんな女の仲間なんかじゃないですよーだ。そんな女のことなんか何にも知らないですよーだ。ねえ、それでかばってるつもり？下手くそだな。 私はいつも一人ぼっちで仲間なんてどこにもいないし。
Right.
ナナミさんとも何も関係ないんですって。
日向くん頼まれてくれるよね。
Damn it.
ナナミさんなんか仲間じゃないやい。私はナナミさんなんか大嫌いなんだい。
Monomi and Chiaki's relationship, proving it here. Is that the only way? Okay, dude, what the fuck?
ひなたくんのおバカ。みんなで仲良くしましょうよ。やらせ
How did I reload? How did I reload? I forget. Oh, fuck. Okay, cool, cool. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Okay. Okay, sure. I never understood this mechanic, by the way. It's just kind of weird. I never liked it. That's a little bit embarrassing, to be honest with you. Monomi's notebook. Yeah, that's the thing. Her notebook is like she cannot write, allegedly.
俺が見つけたウサミのマークが入ったノート。
Yeah, that's the thing.
あれってお前のノートだよな。狛枝がお前から盗んだノートなんだよな。
Hmm.
知らない。
まさかそこに裏切り者の正体が書いてあったのか。
はい、そういう展開になると思ってちゃんと持ってきましたよ。
Okay, well.
いつの間に。
そのノートよこしやがれ。
Day 1, I was able to talk to everyone for the first time today. Monokuma showed up and things turned bad. Day 2, Byakuya is the leader. A lot of things happened today, so everyone's tired.
あれなんだこれ。物見の絵日記か。
Sure.
どこに裏切り者の正体が書いてあんだよ。
きっと狛枝もそれを期待してこのノートを盗んだんだろうな。でもこのノートから裏切り者の正体はわからない。もちろん狛枝にだってわからない。だし俺だけは別なんだ。
How do you know?
今になってようやくけどな。
No, the truth is, I might have already known the moment I found this notebook. It's just, I wanted to turn my eyes from the truth it contained. But now I clearly know. I can't help but know.
そもそもそれは物見の日記なんかじゃない。物見は字が書けないらしいんだ。
Yeah.
じゃあこれを書いたのって
物見とつながってる誰か。つまり裏切り者と考えて間違いないはずだ。
Right.
とするとこいつは裏切り者から物見に宛てた報告書みてえなもんか。
俺らの行動を監視して物見に報告してたって証拠だな。
ですがそこからどうして裏切り者の正体がわかるのですか。
それは俺とある人物しか知らないはずのやりとりがここに書かれていたからなんだ。
Oh. The topic we discussed in that entry. The final dead room.
そのノートにはこんな記述があったんだ。
Day 16, we've been in the funhouse for 3 days. Everyone's hungry and on edge. Hajime tried to go in the final dead room today. It's probably panicking because no one believes him.
その通りなんだ。確かに俺はファイナルデッドルームに入ろうとした。
And that was Chiaki because Chiaki stopped him from going into the final dead room.
それを知ってるのって
If I win the life-threatening game here, I'll be able to go to that octagon place, right? That's where the exit should be. I did it. I finally did it. I finally figured out where the exit is. I can't get out. For this, I can finally get out. You can't do that. You shouldn't go in there. You won't find what you're looking for.
そうなんだ。それを知ってるのはナナミだけなんだ。
Yeah, that's the thing.
だからこんなことがかけたやつなんてナナミ以外には考えられないんだよ。
何かの間違いです。だってナナミさんが裏切り者なら今までナナミさんと一緒に過ごしてきた時間は何だったんですか？あれも全て偽りだったというんですか？
ソニアさん、
ナナミさんはモノクマさんに操られているんです。だからみんなで助けてあげましょう。
俺だってまだ納得してねえぞ。だっておめえが裏切り者なら爆弾を見つけた時にあんなことするわけねえんだ。
It's really stupid to be fighting over something like this. And so, with an annoying expression on her face, Jackie walked over to the bombs without saying a word. Took her handbook out of the pocket. Huh? And without hesitating, swiped the card reader. Bzzz. Looks like it was wrong. So,
そういやナナミは
so yeah,
真っ先に
Chiaki
自分
actually
の生徒手帳をカードリーダ
do
ーに倒し
exactly
てた
what
な。
Nagito asked her to do, basically. It's like, made the traitor actually actually show themselves up. So that's kind of like a good sign that she's actually the traitor.
裏切り者の生徒手帳だけに反応するって言われて真っ先に試すなんて。
ありえねえだろ。裏切り者ならもっと警戒してるはずだぞ。
きっとナナミは爆弾が偽物だって知ってたんだ。だから狛枝の罠もハッタリだって分かったんだ。
Yeah, but like, even though she knew that, she was like, okay, let's prove that this doesn't work. I'm gonna prove that this doesn't do anything. And it's like, yeah, it kind of shows that it was kind of like a risky play, kind of, but it's like she knew that if nothing would happen.
知ってたって。違います。そんなの絶対に違いますって。
Oh, crap. Okay.
どうして日向さんはそんなことを言うんですか？そんなにナナミさんを裏切り者にしたいんですか？
そんなわけないだろう。
私は信じません。ナナミさんが裏切り者だなんて絶対に信じません。
Right.
だってそんなわけがないんです。
I don't want to believe it either. I don't want to believe it, but
でもそれじゃあ誰も救われないんだ。
okay, make your argument. Okay, Sony's account, Monokuma account, Monomi's notebook. Okay, sure.
ナナミさんは裏切り者じゃありません。
爆弾の解除を試した時ナナミは真っ先に試してたよな。
裏切り者ならもっと警戒するはずだ。
この爆弾が偽物かどうかはナナミさんには分からなかったはずです。あの時点で偽物だと知っていたのは実際に爆弾を使った私だけです。
爆弾にかなり詳しくねえ限りは見ただけで偽物かなんて分かりっこねえ。
Technically speaking, also Monokuma knew about it.
ナナミさんは
Wait. Yep, Monokuma is the only other person that knew that the bombs were fake.
爆弾の解除を試した時ナナミは真っ先に試してたよな。
裏切り者ならもっと警戒するはずだ。
あの爆弾が偽物かどうかはナナミさんには分からなかったはずです。あの時点で偽物だと知っていたのは 実際に爆弾を使った私だけです。
Wait, what?
さ
Uh,
ナナミさんは裏切り者じゃありません。
爆弾の解除をナナミは真っ先に試してたよな。
裏切り者ならもっと警戒するはずだ。
it would have been
こ
more
の爆弾が偽物
cautious.
かどうかはナナミさんには分からなかったはずです。あの時点で偽物だと知っていたのは実際に爆弾を使った私だけです。
爆弾にかなり詳しくねえ限りは見ただけで偽物かなんて分かりっこねえ。
Just by looking at it.
ナナミさんは裏切り者。
Actually, let's go over Monomi's notebook, actually. I correct the Monomi can write.
爆弾の解除を試した時、ナナミは真っ先に試してたよな。
裏切り者ならもっと警戒するはずだ。
あの爆弾が偽物かどうかはナナミさんには分からなかったはずです。
Someone recently used one of the bombs from a military base at the ancient ruins and found out the bombs were fake. At the time, Monomi was apparently picking up the whole. No, well, okay, that's her counter
あ
argument.
の時点で偽物だと知っていたのは
Not only you, Monomi as well.
実際に爆弾を使った私。
そうじゃないんだ。
Yeah, no, it was like Monomi also knew about it.
違うだろう。あれが偽物だって知ってたのはソニアだけじゃなかったはずだ。
No, Monomi also would have known.
軍事施設の爆弾が偽物だと分かった時、そこには物見もいた。お前自身がそう言ってたはずだぞ。
そうなんですか、ソニアさん。
ナナミはそれを物見から聞いたんだ。だから爆弾が偽物だってことを知ってたんだ。
Yeah,
バレちゃっ
basically.
たから白状するとね、偽物だって知ってたのにみんなに言えなかったのは、私がそれを言っちゃったら物見から聞いたっていう経緯まで説明しなくちゃいけなくなるからだよ。
聞きたくありません。もういいです。それ以上言わないでください。私はもう嫌なんです。もう誰も疑いたくありません。
Right.
ソニア。
それに爆弾が偽物だと知ってたからって、だからってその人が裏切り者だなんて決めつけられないはずです。
Okay, Montgomery's account. No, it's notebook. Okay.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていても、ナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら、私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
Okay, I need to
爆弾が偽物だと知っていても、ナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら、私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
Okay.
偽物と知ってることが重要なんじゃない。
Yeah, that's not the problem, yeah.
誰にそれを聞いたかが重要なんだ。そうだ、物見に聞いたってことがだ。
あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は、私と物見さんの他にもいたはずです。それは
Ooh.
モノクマさんです。
Well, Monokuma, yeah, sure.
先ほどモノクマさんを島のことなら何でもわかると。しまった。あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は、私と物見さんの他にもいたはずです。それはモノクマさんです。 先ほどモノクマさんは島のことなら何でもわかると。
No, everything about this island?
しまった
Does he know
あ
everything?
の爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は私とモノミさんの他にもいたはずです。それはモノクマさんです。先ほどモノクマさんはおっしゃってましたよね。島のことなら何でもわかる。ナナミさんはモノクマさんからあれが偽物だと事前に聞いたのです。であればモノミさんとナナミさんが
It was a fake one.
そう
爆弾が偽物だと知っていてもナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それ
Okay.
が証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべきです。
Let's see.
私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
Okay.
偽物と知ってることが重要なんじゃない。誰にそれを聞いたかが重要なんだ。そうだ、物見に聞いたってことがだ。
あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は私とモノミさんの他にもいたはずです。それはモノクマさんです。先ほどモノクマさんは島のことなら何でもわかると。きっとナナミさんはモノクマさんからあれが偽物であればモノミさんと仲良しだとは言い切れないはずですよ。
Ouch. God damn it.
くそ
Okay, what's the argument to be put against this, actually?
ナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
No, I ran out of guts. Oops.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていてもナナミさんが裏切り者という証拠にはなりません。それが証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべきです。私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
Oh my god, I keep overcutting by one, actually. Ugh.
爆弾が偽物だと知っていても
Okay, just calm down, Grib. Just
ナナミさんが
cut
裏
it.
切り者という
One,
証
two,
拠にはな
three,
りません。
4, 5, 6.
それが証拠になるのなら私だって疑われるべき
2,
です。
3, 4,
私も偽物と知っていたのですから。
3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay.
偽物と知ってることが重要なんじゃない。誰にそれを聞いたかが重要なんだ。そうだ、物見に聞いたってことがだ。
あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は私とモノミさんの他にもいたはずです。それはモノクマさんです。先ほどモノクマさんはおっしゃってましたよね。島のことなら何でもわかると。
No, wait. I need to.
しまっ
Okay.
た。あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は私とモノミさんの他にもいたはずです。それはモノクマさんです。先ほどモノクマさんはおっしゃってましたよね。島のことなら何でも。ナナミさんはモノクマさんあれが偽物だと事前に聞いたのです。
Okay, wait. I'm not reading actually. Oh fuck.
しまった。
あの爆弾が偽物だと知っていた人は私とモノミさん。
What was in Monokuma's account again? Fuck. He never revealed it to anyone. Okay, that's what it is.
それはモノクマさんです。先ほどモノクマさんはおっしゃ島のことなら何でもわかると。きっとナナミさんはモノクマさんからあれが偽物だと事前に聞いたのです。
Yeah, Monokuma didn't say anything. Yeah, so.
そうだな。モノクマなら爆弾が偽物ってことくらいは知ってただろうな。
Yeah, but he didn't tell anyone.
だけどモノクマは誰にもそれを話してなかったはずだ。
Allegedly, yeah, he didn't tell anyone. Then where did Nagito obtain the bomb he used? I wonder. If I'm going to give you guys a hint, the you should know it wasn't from the military base. To tell you the truth, the bombs were all fakes. I know that already. You should have said so earlier. Well, I thought if I kept quiet, it would have foreshadowed that a killing was gonna happen. That's why I'm just telling you now for the first time. I feel relieved. Okay.
そんなのモノクマさんが嘘をついてただけかもしれないじゃないですか。
いや、こういう時のあいつは嘘なんてつかない。そんなことはお前だって。
ひなたさんはナナミさんよりもモノクマさんを信じるのですか？
そうじゃない。
それによ、ナナミが裏切り者だったとしても本当にそいつに投票していいのか？要はそれって狛枝の運を信じるってことだろ？
Yeah, that's the thing.
そうじゃないんだ。
あいつの運に乗っかれってのか？あんな奴に俺らの命を預けろってのかよ。
狛枝なんて信じられるわけねえだろ。そうじゃないんだって。俺たちが信じるのは狛枝でもモノクマでもない。俺たちはナナミを信じるんだよ。裏切り者がどうとかそんなことは別にどうだっていいんだ。裏切り者がナナミだったとしてもそんなの俺の知ってるナナミじゃない。俺が信じるのは今まで俺たちと一緒に過ごしてきたナナミだけだ。
Yeah.
そのナナミが命がけで俺たちを守りたいって言ってくれたんだぞ。
So, yeah, that's the thing.
だったらそれを信じるしかないだろう。そうでなくちゃ誰も救われないじゃないか。ちくしょ。
ねえ、ちょっと聞いてくれるかな。あのね、悲しむ必要はないんだよ。だってこれは今までのとは違うもん。みんなは今までみたいに誰かを疑って生き残っていくわけじゃない。みんなは私を信じて生き残っていくんだよ。
あなたを信じてあなたを犠牲にしろとおっしゃるのですか？そんなの残酷すぎますよ。
So is it really gonna be under Monokuma's rules where it's like, oh, whomever threw the grenade, that's the person that killed them?
ごめんね。
千秋ちゃん。
モノミちゃんもごめんね。
Okay, yeah, sure.
こんなことになってきっといろんな人からすごく怒られちゃうよね。
Yes,
でも
actually.
ね、私はどうしてもみんなを守りたかったんだ。それにそうできることが嬉しいんだよね。
Yeah. No
正しい
me.
か正しくないかは私が決めることじゃありません。ただあなたがそんな風に思えたことはとってもすごいことだと思います。奇跡なんて呼べるかもしれないですね。ねえ、さっきから何を二人で話してるの？みんなポカーンってなっちゃってるじゃないの。
Right.
分かってるよ。投票タイムでしょ。
ナナミ。
心配しなくても大丈夫だよ。私を信じて私に投票して。
そっか。なんでこうなっちまうんだよ。
Okay, 167, 132, 6, 86, 167, 50, 87, 84, 41. B. I'll get a B, sure. Man. It's not fair. I feel the same as everyone else. There's no way I can agree to this. Emptiness, loneliness, sadness. But most of all, I'm ashamed of my weakness. But even so, I have to move forward. If we believe in the person who's urging us forward, then we have to start walking and believe with such a hope as possible in what lies ahead. I mean, do we really have to vote for Chiaki, actually?
それでも
Man. Okay. So, She was the traitor. And Nagito kind of relied on that because technically speaking, he did get what he wanted, basically. But I don't know, actually. Technically speaking, I don't feel like she killed Nagito, but sure. I'm pooped. Let's go ahead and announce the result. The traitor from the Future Foundation and Nagito's Komeda's killer is Chiaki Nanami. Are you serious? That's correct? The fact Chiaki was a traitor. The fact that Nagito's crime depended entirely on his luck. Everything was true. Plus, that means that bastard managed to pull it off.
みんなおめでとう。
Congratulations, everyone. Stupid. We were not celebrating at all. Jackie, let me ask you one more time. Are you really part of the Future Foundation? An agent of the organization that brought us to this island? Is that really your true identity?
黙っててごめんね。
I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys. Tch,
そんな。
I cannot believe it, even though I do not want to believe it. There's no choice but to believe, right?
ごめんね。
I'm sorry. It would have been better if I could have said it sooner, but I couldn't say it no matter what.
だって
Because I can't betray the Future Foundation. I can't betray?
あのね。
Even if you want to fly, you can't, right? Even if you want to swim where you please, you can't, right? It's the same for me. Due to the nature of my existence, I will never be able to betray the Future Foundation. What the heck? But in the end, you did something similar. What you did is no different than sharing your secret yourself. Haha, you're right.
なんでだよ。
Now's not the time to be laughing.
あのね。
But strangely enough, I don't have any regrets. In fact, I'm somewhat happy. I was able to think I wanted to protect everyone. That's why I feel proud of my actions. You're still saying things I don't get, but if we ask you anything, you're just not gonna answer, right? Like, if we ask you why you were in the Future Foundation and stuff...
ごめんね。
I'm sorry.
そんな。
Even if you were a traitor, you never betrayed us. Jackie, you will always be our friend, even now. We don't blame you for this. That's why you don't need to apologize. The traitor was revealed, and Jackie lost. In the end, it all went according to Nagito's plan, huh?
つーか。
About that. Was that really Nagito's goal? Is it really okay to say that he was trying to find the killer and eliminate them? If so, isn't it strange? Strange?
だからよ。
I mean, we nearly lost, right? And if Chiaki hadn't said anything, we definitely would have lost. You raised a good point. That's exactly it. Even though Nagito said he would weed out the traitor, he never said he would kill the traitor. Huh? Congratulations! You successfully stopped Nagito's plan. I mean, Nagito's plan was to reveal the traitor and kill everyone else besides the traitor. Kill everyone else besides the traitor?
マジかよ。
That was Nagito's goal? Huh? Why would he do something like that? Of all of it, to form a plan that only a traitor would survive. Is that bastard really that twisted? It's okay. Okay, what?
あのね。
I mean, it's not just Nagito's fault. If the circumstances had been different, he probably wouldn't have taken things so far.
千秋ちゃん。
You're really a kind-hearted person. Huh? You think so? You think so? Geez, I wonder where you got all your personality from.
きっと。
Maybe our dad and our big brother, don't you think?
こらこら
Hey, don't go talking about your family all of a sudden. That's totally ripping off Teru Teru.
負けられません
Then I cannot lose to Chiaki. Just like Chiaki and everyone else, even if I know it's a fight I cannot win, I must try to retaliate.
は
Huh? Retaliate?
もうあんたの好きにはさせないですよ
Okay.
バカやめろ
Okay.
皆がもろともです
Yamcha, Taos and Yamcha, let's go. Okay, yeah. Chiaotsu, sorry. She self-destructed? Oh, what is going on? Monokuma, he, like, died.
いやいや
I'm not dead. Whoa, new one fucking came out. Man, that surprised me. If only I didn't have a spare, I would have died. I'm not done yet.
そんな
Hey, wait!
私があんたに勝たないとみんなが安心して暮らせないんです
Okay.
やめろってば悪かった僕の負けだ許せ
Yep. Go to Chiaotsu and Yamcha, the whole thing. Hey, not them! Seriously, stop it! If you don't stop right now, it's all going to be destroyed! Oh, of course, I'm doing it so you will all be destroyed. I will be the one to protect my students. I will protect them with my life. Monomi, you. No, and how many of you are still there? You might as well come out all at once. How many? Not that much. Just around 10 elevated to the power of 60. Huh? What did you say? Yeah, no, I think this kind of undercuts the emotional impact. A little bit, yeah. I mean, it could have been like an Easter egg or something. Maybe a little bit. 1 million. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 1 million, 1 billion, 1 trillion, 1 quadrillion. Jump ahead, 10 to the power of 52, 1086, and then 1060. That's 10 of the 6th power. After all this, you're still joking around. You should have quite the daring spirit. Except I'm not joking. What are you even saying anymore? Did you see that scene? While you're doing this, my clothes are continuously and endlessly created in the Monokuma manufacturing facility. What? Those were just stuffed animals. That's right. I checked them with my own hands. They're just plushies. You're just bluffing. Monomi, finish him off. Even if it's just a plushie, as long as you give it Monokuma's personality, it becomes a fully developed Monokuma. What did you say? There's no way that's possible. That's not even magic. Magic! Could it be? Have you already obtained that much power? Yeah. Hold on. If you bring up magic so suddenly, we're gonna get so confused. Unless you mean magic in a technological sense, we won't understand this at all. What's going on? Don't tell me. They're not gonna call this magic or something. Well, I don't care how you interpret it.
結局物見が命がけで何をしようとナエタの軍勢を持つ僕は痛くも痒くもないんだよ
Okay, sure.
お前の命がけなんて所詮はその程度の価値しかないんだ
Damn.
どうこの圧倒的な絶望クラクラしてワクワクしちゃうでしょうおやおや
How many Monomis are left to challenge my army of 10 to the power of 60? You don't have to say anything. I know. Let's see. You just have 10 more left, right? I know everything. I am the conqueror of the new world. I won't give up. We don't have no chance of winning.
もういいよ。
It's
まなみち
okay,
ゃん。
Manami.
あのね、
It's not about giving up, you know?
信じようよ。
Let's believe in them. Let's believe in everyone and leave the rest to them.
私は
But, right?
こんちくしょ
Damn it. What the hell's going on?
あの、
I do not know for certain, but the only thing I can say is
お聞きください。
Monokuma is an enemy of the Future Foundation.
つうか
Does that mean there's another organization that's our enemy besides the Future Foundation?
やべえなこりゃ。
We're in this situation just because we're caught up in a dispute between these two organizations? Okay, that's it. Let's just leave that talk for later. Because the punishment time's gonna start! Hold on, just a little more, just a little more time.
知らん
To wait or not to wait, that is the question. But which will cause more despair? That's the real question.
ぷぷ
You think about it. You know, right? There's no way I'd wait. But I haven't.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry, Hajime. Regardless, there's nothing else I can say. I'm not allowed to say anything more than I already have. Not that I...
スペシャルなお仕置きを用意しました
Now then, I have prepared the special punishment for Chiaki Nanami, the ultimate gamer.
出血大サービス
Ah, for Manami too. Huh? Why even Manomi?
ほん
It's just a 2-for-1 special. I could have killed that thing anytime I wanted since she's not a student. And also, I don't need anybody that will defy me anymore.
そうそう
Also, I remember now, an only child.
そんな。
Oh, what is that?
うーん
It's okay. Even if I'm here, I'd just be a burden anyway. And not just that,
ふふふ
I decided to believe in everyone.
みんな、
You guys,
いろいろとごめんね。
I'm sorry about so many
騙
things.
すような真似して。ごめんね。
Okay?
最後まで守ってあげられなくて。ごめんね。
Sure.
最後に一言だけ先生っぽいことを言わせてください。英雄になる必要なんてないんですよ。無理に誰かに認められなくてもいいんだからね。そんなことで自分を責めたり、他人を責めたり、そんで誰かに嫉妬したり。でもね、そうじゃないんです。他人に認められなくても自分に胸を張れる自分になればいいんです。
I mean, that's a good point,
だ
yeah.
って自分自身こそが自分の最大の応援者なんですから。
Yeah, that's kind of sweet, yeah.
そうやって自分を好きになれば、その愛は一生自分を応援し続けてくれますよ。ラブラブ。
Sure.
バイバイ。みんな、大丈夫だよ。輝かしい未来はいつだって君たちの前に広がっているから。本当だよ。絶対だよ。だって私にはわかるんだもん。
Hmm.
バイバイです。皆さん、先生のこと忘れないでくださいね。では、張り切っていきましょう。お仕置きタイム。
Arikiteiko Oshioki time. Yeah. Or whatever the hell. Yeah, sure. Jeez, okay, sure. Um... Oh. Death by Galiga. Let's go! Okay, sure. Exit. Okay, sure. Death by Pac-Man. Okay, well that's another way to do it. Oh, Death by Tetris. Sure. Ooh. Well. Well, that's a way to die, actually. Even until the very end, I couldn't look away from Chiaki's final moments. Without realizing it, I had fallen to my knees. Feeling of powerlessness spread throughout my body. It's over. It just had to end. Before I could ask what I needed to ask, before I could say what I needed to say, Chiaki vanished before my eyes, and I couldn't even tell her thank you. If I had said that, would she have been comforted a little? As she was executed as a traitor, would she have been comforted? I mean, yeah, I don't know. My chest just hurt. Good gracious, that was such a big surprise. As for Chiaki, she regularly took on the role of pointman during the class trials, and then Nagito too. And not only was she the traitor, she was Nagito's killer too. Oh, well, don't worry about it. There won't be any more situations where you'll need to rely on them. Huh? Wait, does that mean... Now that the annoying rabbit is gone as well, all of the obstacles that have been keeping us stuck on this island are completely gone. Are you serious? We can really live this island? Yep, congratulations with this. I shall announce the end of the killing school trip. For you 5 who survived up until now, I shall give you the right to graduate. Thank you for all your hard work. Are you really okay with that? What do you mean? There's still 2 days left. If you were acting like your usual self, you would be setting up so another killing happens right away. You're right. Stop it! What are you saying? What if Mr. Marukuma changes his mind? Also, you just said you 5 like you were emphasizing that part. Does the number of people matter more than the remaining time? That's why you're saying it's the end already, even though there are still 2 days left, right? It matters that there are 5 people left. Are you planning to make a volleyball team? You need 6 people for volleyball. Oh. Don't say quite, say something. What's your actual purpose? You're our enemy and our enemy of the Future Foundation, so what's your true identity? If the Future Foundation is the world ender, then I will end the new world that the Future Foundation has created. Huh? Would it shock you to say that next game has a trial? Okay, wait. Has more a trial even more bullshit than this one, in my opinion. I wouldn't be surprised actually. I'd fuck with it a little bit. I'd totally fuck with it. Timer has almost reached 0. If it reaches 0, eventually everything will end. The Future Foundation's lame plan will be nothing but toilet bubbles. And when that time comes, you'll know everything. You'll see all of your questions answered in one go. And then you guys will find out for yourselves just how messed up this new world is.
おいおい
Huh? A new world? I'm not saying new shit all of a sudden.
うん
Well, just think of the remaining 2 days until the countdown reaches 0 as a bonus.
にゃ
While you're at it, you should enjoy your life on this tropical island to the fullest. Because once you leave this island, your hopeless lives back home will be waiting for you. Okay, sure. Monokuma's boisterous laughter carried on what felt like forever. Our questions, our worries, our sadness were simply ignored. The laughter just kept going forever. As for what we did afterwards, honestly, it doesn't matter at all. Oh, okay. Well, I think that this is a good time to, like, save it, actually. And end it. How many chapters are left, actually? I want to know that. Oh, god damn it. Dude, there's, like, so many things going for it, actually. Okay, let's see. How many chapters does Danganronpa 2 have? Okay, so there's a last chapter. I don't know how long that is. So maybe next week is the last week for Danganronpa 2, maybe? So that's a thing that I could okay, sure. Yeah, like next week is we can wrap up this series and get some more variety after that. Even though that I'm really enjoying the killing games. Basically, like, killing games are like so fun. It's just like, I don't know, trying to figure shit out and be like shocked that that's what they did sometimes. That's the fun part of it, because they're like, oh, so that's okay, so that's what happened. And it's like, even though that it kind of gives the impression to, like, the viewer, I feel, in some kind of like, hey, that's some bullshit kind of setting. Like, I would totally be, like, down for more of that shit. I don't know, it's just kind of interesting to find out what happens in those kind of situations, actually. It's, like, really, really fun. It's incredibly fun. Yeah. Anyway, let's get over here real quick. Yeah. Oh, dude. This game is amazing. I really love every single bit of it. It's just like the whole package is insane. And yeah, I would definitely agree that even though, I mean, the first game definitely has a special place in my heart, if I'm honest with you. It really is, like, I kind of like the first one just a teeny tiny bit more, but I do feel like the second one is way more complex when it comes to, like, gameplay and everything. It just feels like way more complete than the first one. It definitely feels like it. So, yeah, I don't know, actually. I'm debating a little bit which one is my favorite at the moment, actually. It's like, I feel like the second one has more likable characters, for sure. Definitely. Like, the first one had, and there's a little bit more with, like, more stereotypical kind of, like, types. And yeah, the second one is just like, yeah, it's a little bit more it has more variation, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it kind of plays a little bit with the first one. So yeah, it's like, you can think of Danganronpa 2 as a expansion for the first one, basically. Like, the first one is like the setup for the second one to be even more entertaining, because now you have things to expect out of the first one, basically. And that's what makes these kind of like logic, psychological horror types of games a little bit better, just because, like, if it's within the franchise, you kind of have to think about it like the chess master that is building the story. you kind of have to think about it like that. And it's like, if you think about it like that, you're like, okay, so what is the chess master going to build up to this point? What is he structuring? What is he doing? What is the twist that is going to give to us? Is he tagging along with the story that he has built from the first story, or what is going to happen? And it's like, yeah, that kind of adds up to it and makes the Danganronpa 2 experience a little bit more enjoyable because of it, ironically. So yeah, it's like, I feel like that's very true with like any kind of like sequel to any game, that whenever the sequel is the peak of any franchise that any franchise can expect to be, because it is a build up, it is an expansion pack to the first one, and the third one is, it just becomes more difficult to juggle things from both games. It just tries to juggle with things from the past game rather than the first game. And if it does to the first game, a lot of the times it's just like, okay, yeah, well, you did a reference to the first game, that's insane, but that ship has sailed a long time ago. So yeah, it's like in that sense, Danganronpa 2 is kind of like, it kind of like keeps on this trend of being the better game just because it's a sequel, basically. So yeah, also the fact that it's like the sequel is like all the ideas that weren't used on the first one. So if that is the case, it's just meant to be like an upgrade at that point. Okay. Tomorrow, Persona 3 Reload. We're gonna continue that. I've been having fun with it, making jokes about it, and yeah, it's insane. I really enjoy Persona 3, to be honest with you. I did need a little bit of a break from Persona 3, if I'm completely honest with you, but it's so fun. It's so fun. I mean, it's grindy fun, but it's fun with the story, basically, and I really like it. So that's another thing, basically. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me. Thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for checking out my videos. I am so thankful of it. And I'll see you next time tomorrow. Have a good one. Good night, everyone. Goodbye.